30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I've never seen it this bad. Where 8 times and there. I don't know that there'll be if that'll ever be beaten. Anybody that's won 8 Super Bowls. Any coach, I don't know.
Let's see if he can win the PapaJohns.com Bowl this year.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. We are live from the Bubba Radio Network, Bubba Army standalone facilities. Not a lot of radio/content providers have a mega facility like we do. Just look at that place. We got a stage that we never use. We got a bar that we use once a year. We got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 microphone positions where we all speak. My name is Bubba the Love Sponge. Hi, I've been in radio and in content for 40 plus years. Reason why I'm doing this kind of hard reset is for the new people.
Oh yes,
that we're getting on Rumble. We've cut a deal with Rumble where Rumble are going to start working with us a little bit more, and in turn we will put the live show as it happens on Rumble. We pulled that for a while because we felt as if Rumble wasn't really appreciating us like we felt we need to be appreciated. I can remember telling the guy, Lummy, if you remember when we had a meeting with Vivian and Sarah, I'm like, hey Sarah, there's some people like Russell Brand and others, Tucker, Tim Pool, that deserve to have a microphone in front of them. And then there's some people that, quite frankly, have no business being in front of a microphone.
Yeah, Billy and Sally in the mornings.
Yeah, Billy and Sally in the morning. So, I think I'm one of those people that deserve a microphone in front of me and front page, right there on the front page of Rumble. Hopefully, Lumbee, we're there.
Yes, we are.
And we will continue to attract new people. That's why the hard reset with who we are, where we're from, what we do. And I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. Hi. Don't Google me, okay? So just, take the show, potentially watch the show. Like a lot of things on Rumble are all just Trump. We like Trump, but we're also critical of him as well. When Trump comes out and says, I think I should be the new pope, I get on him. And when Trump does stupid stuff like, I think we should open up Alcatraz as the new... No, buddy. It's making... Alcatraz makes $60 million as a tourist attraction for the United States government. It's not like some third party rents it. The United States government, it's considered a national, like a national whatever the hell
landmark.
Yeah. And they charge and they make like $60 million a year giving tours to people that want to go see Alcatraz. Now, didn't we get reports yesterday that in order to do what Trump might potentially want to do, it was going to cost like $350 million to put a new facility there, and then $60 million in upkeep.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you just take the $60 million that you're making and just keep pocketing it and make Guantanamo Bay a little bit stiffer, or just keep? You know what? Listen, all you got to do is keep shipping them to El Salvador. That's the worst ever, and we're saving money. I think I saw a report where we're saving like $10,000 a year per prisoner. I think we're paying El Salvador like $30,000 a year for every prisoner they take.
That's a deal too.
Yeah, it's like 45 here.
Oh, it's probably higher than that.
Yeah. And every stupid ass criminal that's got bad teeth go in there to the dentist and get those things all fixed, and whatever. Anyway, so we are a kind of a men skewing show. We talk about sports. We talk about women. We talk about our penises. We talk about all types of sort of thing. We get hate. God, you should see this hate email I got today, Lummy.
Yeah, geez.
This stuff really pisses me off. This is just the anonymous factor of email where you can say just anything to anybody. What's the good old days when you had to walk to somebody and say this right to their face?
You get popped back in the face, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't watch your mouth.
Anyway, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. Hi. Don't Google me. Just, try to gauge me or judge me on how well the show is, how good the show is. You obviously have stumbled upon Rumble, and you know what you like. You know that everything's a visual type show. And we've been with Rumble now, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years? I don't know, quite a while.
Yeah, about 3 years.
And we're really starting to get, a Rumble push. So we appreciate that. I'm Bubba. Below me is a guy that's here on Mondays and Tuesdays. He's about my age. Actually, I think I'm older than you are. I'm like, when's your birthday? Dan?
Oh, June 2nd. I thought you were saying Dan.
I said, hold on, numbnuts. You're the smartest guy in this entire room. If I was to say the guy that's about my age, who else could it be?
Well, Lummy's a little older, and Seth's a little older.
Stop it. I know you're distracted. You're looking at Instagram.
No, I'm trying to participate in chat.
Well, don't.
Oh,
Dan,
boy.
show
That's the worst thing you could have said.
Show first, chat second. Don't be looking at chat, not paying hinging on my every syllable, please.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So when
you can't type and not look at the keys.
Well, no, but you can look straight ahead to the camera and absorb what I'm saying, and then engage me back.
Yes.
Maybe not while you're defending yourself on Rumble, because that's.
I wasn't defending myself. I was tempering someone.
Okay, well, you should be listening to me.
Okay.
So, when's your birthday?
June 2nd.
All right, so I was born in April of 66.
23rd, right?
Yes, and you were June 2nd, same year. I'm a tad older.
Just a tad.
Then if we were to go to the next one, Lummy, who's older, you or Seth?
I believe Seth is.
Seth?
Yeah.
You're the next oldest.
That's right.
I don't know. I think Macho Man's like 70.
You just can't tell.
Macho Man.
I bet you he's the third oldest. I bet you he's older than Seth.
I bet you he is. Macho Man is our engineer. Very rarely do you see him, but honest to God, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
You feel his presence every day.
You do feel his presence.
Yeah.
You see his beautiful work. I mean, I'll put our studio against anybody's studio as far as the way it presents and the way it looks. Macho Man, our engineer.
And he's got the best arms in the studio.
Literally.
In the building.
Literally looks like Macho Man. He looks just like Macho Man Savage, but kind of maybe a couple inches shorter. Then in the lower right quadrant is a longtime radio vet, journeyman, if you will. I think he's finally found his home here with me. Seth,
the Fitzpatrick of radio.
Yeah, he was, but he would have been the Fitzpatrick that actually.
It's weird. I worked at some place for 19 years, and now I'm some sort of journeyman.
Well,
I don't work there anymore.
You're a journeyman with me because you worked with me for 2 times in 2 years. So with me, you're a journeyman. But I was saying that I really do think that this time it's going to like I think Seth is here for good for good, unless this show sets him up with just something super huge. It's going to take a lot to get him to go this time, because I think he's having a good time. He's got a different outlook on life. I think he's a different person from when he left the first. I think you're in a way different headspace than you were when you left the first time.
Well, yeah,
in my opinion.
Well, yeah, you don't have the Grand Wizard running this place anymore. So I mean, that's a
Grand Wizard.
That was uncomfortable.
Lummy, I think that they're screwing us, and I don't think they got us on the front page.
Yeah, I looked at that. I saw us right when we popped up, and now he disappeared. I just sent a text to Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, like literally,
because I see us on the podcast one, and then we were on the front, and then it disappeared. So I just reached out to him.
Yeah, and Sarah. I mean, one day you wet my beak. You get me so excited. We do unbelievable.
Talks us up yesterday when I was talking to him.
Yeah, and then now all of a sudden. You pulled the rug right out from under us. So, Lummy, this is concerning.
Yes.
Come on, Sarah. And then we have in the upper right corner, Lummy, the executive producer of the show.
The mouth breather.
Well, I mean, wow. I mean, okay.
That's what someone just said, because I was freaking out, so I was breathing. Were you breathing?
Were you breathing a little bit?
Yes.
A little bit.
Yes, because the whole thing that when I'm refreshing.
Oh, because you're freaking out that we're not on the front page of Rumble the way we're supposed to be.
After just having the conversation with him yesterday too.
Yeah, literally. So. But you know what? Maybe their mess up will end up even working out better for us, because they'll feel like, oh my God, we screwed them.
Yes.
We gave them what we promised them. We gave them what we promised them on Monday, and then on Tuesday they're all lathered up, ready to go, and then we did like what we usually do. We screw them over.
We screwed them over, and now we gotta be on our knees for them.
I don't know, Sarah, come on, buddy. I didn't know this was a 1-day deal. Did you guys see this, man? I mean, Dan, being a plastic surgeon, when a person breaks their nose, will the hospital call in a guy like you, or does that just a normal doctor reset it, or is that under the plastic surgery gimmick?
Often they'll call in the plastic surgeon or an otolaryngologist, like an ENT doctor, to fix it. So
look at, I think, this was a pitcher, and this was a ball being hit back.
Yeah.
And
120, 130 miles an hour.
120.
That's how fast off the bat.
100, well, off the bat, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you throw 95 and then off the bat's $125?
I think so.
Wow.
I think that's I think it is. Watch this. This is amazing. If this ball is a 1/4 inch to the right, the guy has problems. Watch this.
Oh, just skimmed him.
I mean, I guarantee you he's got lace marks on his left side of his nostril.
Brush burn.
Ready? Hold on, ready? Wow.
Oh,
and
my
it just gives him a little
shake on the cheek.
Just a little.
You're right, but it's like Trump with the bullet, because literally like 5 degrees turned, 1/2 inch, he breaks his cheekbone and his nose.
I don't even know that this even hurts him.
Oh, it probably.
I mean, maybe a scrape or a scratch, but like.
That's when you self-check and like, are you sure? Are you sure? You keep touching. It's like, there's no way I didn't get hurt.
It wasn't even hard enough of a hit to really redirect the ball, because usually the ball would go drastically to another angle. The ball just kept flying.
Oh, but this is in slow motion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the guy he got crushed.
Yeah, right off his cheek.
Did he shatter his cheekbone?
Hold on. This is all I was provided with. Did the guy fall down and have a
flop around?
I mean, to me, it looks like it didn't even, like it just literally grazed him, and he shouldn't have been able to get a new ball and pitch. Can somebody show me the?
Jesus. So,
So,
do
Seth,
we have
you're-
like the next 5 seconds
Seth,
of what happened?
so Seth, are you saying that the guy got crushed? Like,
I found this on the web for how do we have like the next 5 seconds what happened. Check it out.
is that you, Lummy?
No, it's Dr. Dad. Dr. Dad, your phone's your Siri's
Am I
on.
serious? Am I serious? Did that? I thought that was Alexa doing that.
Because you're too worried about chat.
No, I'm not touching my phone, Bubba. It was just sitting here. We said a word. It triggered Sirius.
It triggered Sirius?
Siri.
Well, we got Howard on the phone.
I never even used Siri.
I don't. I do for my alarm. I'll tell her, hey, I don't want to say her name because she'll wake up. Set my alarm for such and such. That's how I get up every day. In other sports news, Justin Tucker,
I sent you the rest of that clip.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Is it worse or is it better for him?
I'm trying to see. It doesn't look like he falls over. Yeah, he's kind of just feeling his nose.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, is this one of these real high kick Willie guys? Look, here we go. Hold on. Oh,
wow.
Yeah, look at that.
He's like a rocket.
Wow. Isn't it amazing, like, just the different styles of pitching?
They're all different.
He's
Every
doing
one of
kind of David Price, how he dips in there.
2-1. Up the middle. Backhanded play. Campbell throws.
Let me look at all he's worried. See, do you ever notice as a man, I guarantee you that everybody in this room will say the same thing. When something happens, whether you get hit or you smash your fingers or you instantaneously, how your first assessment is there blood?
Right. You touch it.
Yeah, you touch it, and then okay. So if
You look at
there's
your hand.
and if there's no blood, then it takes it down a notch instantaneously. Like
Yeah.
it starts at any type of trauma to your body automatically starts at a 10.
But
And
Dan,
then-
you can get hit in the face with a ball like that, have no blood, and still die, right?
Absolutely. And you can also have no blood and still break your cheekbone.
Sure, absolutely.
Ugh.
But I'm just saying, as a guy.
But you're right. That's the first thermometer of an injury.
Yeah. So you look. So if I got hit in the nose, I guess, and the first thing you look is blood. If there's no blood, then it automatically goes down to a 7.
Yep.
Based on, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, you're like, okay, no blood. Okay. Oh my God, it feels like I might have broke. Okay, hold on.
Push on it.
And then you start investigating. But the first thing you look for, like for instance, when you're using a knife, and but you can instantaneously tell you when you cut yourself, and you look, and then you see, oh my God, blood.
Yep.
And you instantaneously, that takes, that takes the seriousness, automatically. Now you're thresholding out of 10 until you start evaluating. Okay, is it just a little cut? Is it a big cut?
What about when you wreck a car, like a race car? What's your protocol at that point? Because it's happened to me 15 times.
I've wrecked a race car badly. Like I've
flipped them and stuff.
I've been in a couple of sprint car wrecks that they thought I might have died.
Yeah, I've never been in that kind of wreck.
The worst one, the second worst one would have been the Chili Bowl, just because I'm lucky that I didn't get my arms cut off. Because as I was flipping, I didn't have arm restraints on, and my arms were actually outside the compartment of the car. And
Pinch it right off, too.
And the roll cage was, rolling and then hitting the ground. If my arms would have been between the ground and the roll cage, it would have probably chopped them right off, and I would have been an amputee from the elbow on down.
Yeah, that happened to a friend of mine from college. They flipped a Jeep, and one of the girls lost half her arm.
Yeah, because the body of the Jeep.
Yeah, just it's the roll bar on the Jeep, just
Right.
as you said, it pinched it right off.
So when I got done flipping at the Chili Bowl, I end up landing wheels, on all 4 wheels, and then I just start. I look at my hands, I'm good. I look at, I don't see any blood. And then they come up to me and they say, "Can you, can you move?" And I'm like, "I can move." And so, I think, and then the other one is when I wrecked at East Bay and I hit the wall head on, like at 115.
Jesus.
And that wouldn't have really involved blood as much as it would have involved paralyzation. And they're like, "Can you move?" and I can. And they attribute those two wrecks of not getting hurt for being so big. Call it fat, if you will.
Wait. That helped you?
Yes, because I'm so much tighter in the seat that there's not a lot of
not wiggle room?
There's just not a lot of room to give. So I'm literally part of the car because I'm bigger. I was, there's not a lot of 290-pound sprint car drivers, and so.
Come on, you're only 285.
Oh no, I'm actually like 301.
Really?
This morning, yeah.
Come on.
But I've been doing good. I'm back on my diet.
You're strength training too? Then?
Yes,
you got some muscles?
I'm straight. I've been strength training every day at 3:30. Here's this thing again.
Get his nose.
Let me have you already got a hold of Sarah?
I sent him a text and emailed him, so just waiting to hear back.
So look and see. So again, now Dan, hold on. So if there was blood, he instantaneously is probably more freaking out than he is right now, because right now he can't even believe that there is no blood. Look,
right? He's like, there's no way, there's no blood.
I
got hit in the face.
Yeah, look at he's like, hold on.
Look at his nose.
He's like, hold on. Is there blood? What do you mean?
He's checking.
No blood?
He keeps checking.
Hold on. No blood on the front side of my hand. No blood side on the back side of my hand.
Nose.
Hey, hold on.
That's what I was worried about.
Hey, catcher, dry guy. Good.
Yeah, this is why the softball pitchers have cages on their faces.
I mean, Dan, isn't one way in karate or whatever is to shove the nasal bone into the brain?
Arguably, yes, and that will hurt you very, very badly.
Like a palm to the tip of the nose and straight in. If you would get let's say you're street fighting, obviously that's not a recognized or legal move like an MMA or anything like that. But like a palm just straight to the nose, straight up, and then breaking the guy's nose into his cranium, could that kill a guy?
Oh, it'd certainly be, a significant injury. You'd be down for the count. It would take, you have to go to the hospital. You may die.
Now, because your nose, is it all cartilage or is there bone in there? No, there is.
It's a third cartilage and 2/3 bone. Moving, the cheek's not moving. So that's pretty good.
So that's the doctor. And tell us what he's doing now, Dan.
He's trying to push on the nasal bones to see if the nasal.
And the black doctor's like, he's probably like saying, you're not broken, you're good.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not.
You can feel for the.
But see, here's why I think it didn't hit him that hard. Because Seth,
it looked like blood was coming out at the end.
But usually, though, Seth, when you get hit back, when it hits you solid, it'll instantaneously really change the trajectory of the ball. It would like maybe start going to third base. Whereas this was such a graze that it looked like the ball kind of just maybe variated just a little bit, but it was going up the second base line regardless.
About 10 degrees.
See, Seth, you know what? Like as soon as it came off the bat, it looks like he had. As he threw it, like as you can see, Seth, like I think it's coming off the bat right now, and he's automatically trying to get in defense mode. See, like he knows. See, like he can tell when you throw the ball and you can see it come off the bat and it's coming at you. You probably have, milliseconds, and look at him. You can see him. It's not a wonder they don't.
It hit his glove. If it didn't hit his glove, it wouldn't have hit him. It bounced up from his glove. Look, watch it. Boom. Up.
Oh, and that used it as a ramp to go into his face.
Yeah, if his glove had just been a little angled wrong, angled differently, he would have caught it.
You know what they should teach pitchers?
What?
After you throw it, just put the glove over your face. Throw it, and then just put the glove over your face. They should actually teach.
Normally, they just keep their glove open and hope that it, just lands on there on a comeback.
Did you guys see that? I think it was Sunday, Boston versus the Twins, and there was a comebacker to the Boston pitcher, and he just had his glove kind of behind his butt, and it jumped right in his glove, and he got it. It was unbelievable. It was like so reactionary. If I'm the coach, I'm like, listen, dude, are you gonna pitch or not?
Yeah, you're making $28 million.
Yeah.
Get your ass back out there.
Maybe you go to the umpire. Maybe, because I got to think that when you throw a ball 100 mile an hour and you're on this level of pitching, that it's something that we can't even understand how strenuous it is, even in your head. That maybe you politely ask the catcher, can we get 2 or 3 balls that he throws,
get back into it
without the batter.
Right.
Almost like when a new pitcher comes in, they give him 4 or 5 balls to get warmed up. Can we get 2 or 3 balls to see if his equilibrium's not messed up? Because that could arguably, Dan, could that not mess up your equilibrium?
Any jolt to the head could mess it up.
Right. So you ask the ump, hey, and the ump's going to say, absolutely, I'll give him 3 pitches with no pitch clock.
Right.
They should have an injury clock. Like, my God, how long are we going to sit here and talk about it? You got no blood, buddy. The doctor said it ain't broken. I know you're a little freaked. I would be most freaked out that there was nothing wrong with me.
He goes back out.
Yeah. So, did they win the game?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this you know who? On the 813-90 Bubba, by the way, 813-90 Bubba, the studio lines. Is that you know?
It
who?
was, but
they went away.
Yep.
The Baltimore Ravens released Justin Tucker. I think didn't he just sign like a 3-year deal maybe a year ago before all of this sexual misconduct and harassment deal? I think he's on a $27 million deal right now.
Well, deals, obviously are not guaranteed in football, so you can draft a kicker like the Ravens did, and then when your kicker has a bunch of masseuses coming forward,
giving them happy endings.
Yeah, it might be time to move on.
When you got Tony Bugsby from Houston, the guy that represented all the chicks that Deshaun Watson, took that. Yeah, and they did, and they did. Boy, when you're Justin Tucker and you're watching the draft, and you say, with the 239th pick, the Baltimore Ravens pick, kicker Arizona, long kicker Willie.
Yeah, it looks like in 2021 he signed a 4-year, $24 million contract, making him the highest paid kicker.
Well, the Justin Tucker has been released from the Ravens, though the Baltimore organization is adamant about his departure being strictly due between his sideline issues. Absolutely. This has nothing to do with his ability.
No, that's what it says. They're saying it has strictly to do with in between the lines.
That means during his games, like its ability.
Yeah.
They're saying it has to do nothing with off the field, but it's on the field.
Oh, well, they're lying. I mean, they're lying.
So what did he do off the field that got him in so much trouble?
Well, there's like, what now, Seth? What, 6 to 8?
Yeah, there was like 6 or 8 women that came forward.
It's massages again?
Yes,
Yeah.
It was all massages.
These guys are the massages.
And here's the deal.
Back when he was like a rookie, too. It wasn't anything. It was definitely in the early part of his career.
And he'd
From
actually
12
been...
to 2016.
And he'd actually been banned from several masseuse parlors in Baltimore, reputable ones, that, this just wasn't one girl. This was like 6 to 7, much like the Deshaun Watson stuff. Just it started out with 1, and it ended up with, 24?
Yes.
And so the Ravens are lying because this is everything to do with off-the-field antics. Because this guy is the all-time highest percentage kicker in the history of the NFL.
Really?
Listen, kickers are so important in the overall NFL. Listen, the NFL has such a great infrastructure of parity where one team through the draft, through a couple trades, can be relevant. You know what I'm saying? Like, look what Baker Mayfield did for the Bucs, right?
Yes.
I mean, one player and the Bucs are a different team. So most games aren't blowouts. Right? Most games.
Or within 10 points.
Within 10.
Yeah,
and 10's a blowout in the NFL. And so kickers are at an all-time premium to get you. To win that game, to get you to tie the game. And this guy's arguably one of the best kickers ever to play the game.
He has the longest field goal ever in history.
He has the longest field goal ever. He has the highest percentage of completion ever.
Yes.
And he likes to go to massage parlors and put pressure on women to not only give him a full body massage, but to take his wiener around the farm.
Now, is there a difference that it happened 8 years ago, 9 years ago?
I think there
BS.
should. I think, honest to God, if a person acts like Justin Tucker did to have these women come forward, and it's not within
5 years. 5 years.
I was going to say 36 months.
No, it should be 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years, and this happened 12 years. Was it 12 years?
It looks like the last time was 2016.
9 years ago.
So, at that point, there probably is some legitimacy to some of the chicks that make these allegations. But there's also a percentage of copycat as well. And so how much?
But
here's the deal.
If someone asked you, what did you do 9 years ago on January 17th? I'd be like, I have no idea.
Didn't get a happy ending.
No.
Yeah, I went to Massage Envy, and they reported me as never to come back again. But here's the deal. So if you ever massaged, what's the guy's name?
Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker. If he ever came to your facility and there's a record of him getting a massage from you, there's a chance that he didn't act inappropriate, that he didn't ask you to take his wiener around the farm. Now, obviously, there are some people that maybe he did, but if you're a chick and you're playing it smart, if I'm dating the Merch Crick, Lummy, and she gave Justin Tucker a massage back in 2018 at whatever massage joint she's working for, and everything was above board, but there was a record that he saw her that day because, people obviously keep scheduling records and things like that. It's his word against her word. All she's got to say is, yeah, he did the same thing to me. It was very inappropriate. After we got done with the massage, he flipped over. He had an erection. He pointed to his erection and said, how much to give me the fullest of full body massages. And I walked out of the room disgusted. So as long as if you are a woman and you gave him a massage, and even if he was a perfect gentleman, as long as you got that standing that you did that, you can enter this lawsuit, and Dan, it's his word against their word.
I know. They're not going to believe him anymore. He's tainted. He's been vilified in the media. So he's done.
He's done. He's done. Much like me in Tampa radio. I'm done. I mean, Jesus, how do you not pick us up and put us on? I'm done. I'm tainted. But you know what, Lummy? For one day, we were on the front page of Rumble, weren't we, buddy?
Yes, we were.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Did you see this? Dan, get Coach Gruden's.
Yeah, I'll get all that information.
Yeah, and then when our new shoes come in, I'm gonna send him one of those. Have you seen his gimmick? What he does?
On his podcast?
Well, on his X.
On his show?
And his Facebook, he has this thing where all the teams, like from Ball State to fucking IU to Notre Dame to Arizona to Tech, they send him gear, like warm-up suits, and
so you can wear it on the show.
Yeah, and it's kind of morphed into a thing, hasn't it?
Oh yeah.
So I want to send him a Bubba Army package.
Perfect.
To see, and he opens it up live on camera.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So, I mean, we got a 50-50 shot of him opening it. He may not, but Lummy, I think we put Bubba Army stickers all over the box.
Oh, of course.
So he knows that could help or hurt us, but.
Oh, he's got it.
Because, all the boxes come with their logo. You know what I'm saying?
It's hard to hide it.
No, I mean all the boxes come with the logo of who's sending it to them. So we needed to put Bubba Army on there.
Yes.
Oh, yep. Stumpy 62. Straight weekend one. Shadow Pain.
Man, Lummy, I can't believe it. One day
Cat.
they got fucking Lummy, and if you go to the front page,
I don't have anything live right now.
yeah, if you go to the fucking, you should take a screenshot of that.
I did. I emailed it to him. That's what I was doing the last break. Texting him and then sending the screenshot saying, you got nothing live here for 2 hours. That's what we talked about.
Group of Lips. Dutch Duke.
But I don't want to get too deep into it.
Palo, Ohio.
I mean, I think you probably said what you needed to, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That man's one is Mole. Tampa Terry.
Lummy, I'm gonna do a Toyo tire gimmick.
All right.
Now, Dan, you know how good Toyo tires are.
I like Toyos.
Yeah.
They're very good tires.
So I'm gonna need this air check.
No problem. Shadow Panda, 18 months.
Well,
Good to you.
Fish on the J25. Who took that pic?
Exactly. Kind of bullshit I got to deal with. Can you believe that?
Well, there's a couple different ways you can look at that.
Yeah, well, I'll maybe talk to you about it another outside here, but
Well, I think that
it ruined it. It ruined it.
Oh, it ruined it with that person? You're like King Kong, you're getting hit with everything up on top of the building.
Yeah.
Free weekend, 82 months.
Yep, exactly. Fuck you. It's Mark. D-Dog, Grumpy Old Biker. MG. David Rock. FJ Barr. Playing LSO. Powers. What's up, Iggy? Creatine. Big Red. More.
Jake $5.
Happy Jasper.
Yeah, that's next shit.
Scott Weber. Good morning. That big. That big. Tom's Cardona. Hey, Tom's Cardona. Dog. Bonbon. The Bubba's Green Rice. Peach Metal. Detective. I haven't seen it in a little bit. Crispy Pizza on YouTube.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Gonna hit a G-ball here on YouTube here soon. Thank you. I think we're at 125,973, putting us at like 17 away. 17 like clips. It's not a subscription. What is a notification, Lummy? When you go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army and you get notifications and what is it? And a like or something like that? I don't know.
Hit the like, hit the subscription button, hit the notification button, the bell. Right. And Siraj just texted me back, said he's on it and he's very sorry. He's looking into it right now.
Anyway, I need 17 on YouTube to get me to that 126. That would be perfect. Thank you so much. Gary Cantrell gets little bonuses based on growth, and he would. And you know what? That guy's been killing it. Appreciate him so much, and that would be a little bonus for little Gary Cantrell. So Lummy, that out of the nearly 1,000 that are watching us over there, there's probably at least 13 that aren't following us and getting notifications and things like that. I'd love to hit the 126,000 subscriber plateau today on YouTube.
And we should be in the front on Rumble.
Really?
He said we should be up there in a moment. He's working on it.
Well, you'll see the numbers just absolutely go. Start screaming here momentarily. So listen. So my truck, my 2019 Ford 4x2 5-liter Lariat that my sister, Lummy, I couldn't.
And we're there.
My sister, couldn't. I'm sorry that I had such bad credit at the time and was going through hell that my sister co-signed for me on my truck. Well, I got like 51,000 miles on it, and the tires are starting to. I started feeling this horrible vibration on the upper right, on the front, right front, and I thought that I threw a wheel weight. So
yeah, it's when you get a vibration on the front wheels like that that's real shaky, it really scares you when you're driving. I mean, it's disruptive. Yeah. It's hard to steer.
It was, and like at 80 mile an hour, man, it was like. Did
the tire foam wear out?
Well, so Merch Crick takes it to Terry, Preferred Automotive, Terry's, and Terry's like, man, these tires are worn out. They got it's got a bubble in it. It's got like an egg-like bubble.
Oh, that'll do it.
It's like really bad.
That's dangerous.
Really bad.
There's a pop there.
So it was so bad that he put my spare tire on. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
And so I'm like, I need a new set of tires. So all of a sudden I start thinking, and
how do you get to that point, Bubba, where your car's in jeopardy? I thought you're supposed to know when your tread's running low on the tires and when you don't have enough PSIs up in that bit.
But here's the thing, my
tread's low.
Here's the deal, Seth. My tread wasn't low.
He had aneurysm.
My tread wasn't low. The truck's just 6 years old.
Yeah, he had a tire aneurysm.
And I started. I don't drive it that much. So, it just, and I had changed the tires on me, before Rob Elder sold Elder Ford, he called me up and said, hey, we had a guy that just bought a new, whatever the hell, and your truck comes with 19s, but I got 20-inch alloys, which are like a $3,000 upgrade, that will come in here. I ask for this guy in service, he'll put them on for you for free. So I got the upgraded 20-inch alloy. So, and I didn't think there were that many miles on it. So Terry's like, listen, this is bad. So Terry priced out some tires for me, Dan, at his cost. But I didn't really recognize all the brands and things. And I'm like, you know what? When I was racing, back in the day racing, I had Toyo as a tire sponsor. And, for my rig and my motor home, my toter home and all that, they all had Toyos on them. And so I reached out to my Toyo guy, Stan Chen. That's his name. Stan Chen. I think he's like the senior. I think he's like the president of motorsports. Like, Dan, this is a really big dude.
I think Stan Chen used to work for Hankook. Because I think I've met that guy. I think he used to work for Hankook. Because when I was dealing with that Hankook race car,
right,
I was trying to get the original tires for it, and he sent me like this shipment of original tires, and his name was Chen. So it could have been the same guy. He was doing the motorsports for Hankook at the time.
Yeah, well, he's been with. I don't think
this is 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
No. He's been with Toyo 15, 20 plus years.
Oh, okay, so this is a different person.
I've been dealing with him for a year.
Oh, okay.
So I just reached out to Stan Chen.
Right.
Like, hey, Stan Chen, before I buy some off-brand Willie and try to save, what can you get me some real, a real tire? And a Toyo's a real tire.
Oh, they're big boy tires. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can go get some Continentals or some,
I hate Continentals.
Or whatever they sell at Walmart or whatever they sell at the tire rack or whatever they sell at your local tire place. And the guy's like, hey, listen, the cost on these tires are, $74. I charge the customer $100, but they're not big boy tires.
No.
They're not like Goodyear or Toyo or Hankook. Like
I think if you were going to obviously we know Goodyear, and Goodyear makes a decent tire, but they're not really into they make the like NASCAR type tires, but a lot of people don't use Goodyears.
Goodyears make a good tire.
They make a good tire.
Good.
They make a good tire.
Michelin's a good tire.
Michelin's a great brand. Pirelli's a great brand.
But
Toyo's a great brand. They're a real good brand, and they do the off-road as well as racing.
So they do, racing, off-road. They build stuff for Seth's Ford Hemi.
Yeah, regular cars, off-road, and race cars. They do all three.
Before I go out and spend, like $1,000 on some no-name, because Terry's like, this is a decent tire, that's a decent, and I didn't recognize any of the names.
Like Falcons and stuff.
Yeah, like a Falcon.
Who wants a Falcon tire?
275 50 by 20.
No, thank you.
So I got a hold of Stan Chen. I go, Stan, can we, listen, how'd you like to be, I'd love to pick back up the endorsement for Toyo tires on my huge platforms that I have, promote Toyo tires. Maybe, Lummy, I can even, so I don't know if you can buy Toyo tires. Yeah, I don't think you can buy Toyo tires from Toyo.
Oh, they don't do any direct?
Yeah, because
I have them on my Porsche Cayenne.
Oh, you do?
I did before I sold it, but yeah, they're great tires.
So I'm at toyotires.com, Toyo, toyotires.com, and up here it says where to buy. So I'm assuming, Dan, you can find what you might want and the sizes that you might want and the different things that they offer. But I'm thinking that they only dealerships and distributorships are, you can't order right from Toyo.
If these tires are so good, do you feel like people, if they see a truck out there with Toyo tires, that they should strip that car for parts and take the Toyo tires for themselves?
I'm not trying to promote vandalism.
Well, I'm just saying, are they that good where if you see them out in the wild and you're like, man, I could probably get all these off before the guy gets back from grocery shopping?
See them out in the wild.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to...
When you see the guy's truck at Walmart and you put it up on jacks and take his Toyos?
Yeah, why worry about where to buy when you could just find somebody driving around town?
Let me tell you something.
You get shot for stuff like that.
Here's the deal, man. If you got a set of Toyo tires, make sure you have some a lug nut, lockable lug nuts, so that people don't take your Toyo tires, because Toyo tires are that good of a tire where a guy you could come out of Walmart with your truck on blocks and your 4 brand new Toyos gone. Here's the good thing about Toyo tires, Lummy. Once you go to Toyo, you go to toyotires.com, and then they have an unbelievable search engine. See, so you can go find your fit.
Yep.
And then you go that you put in your vehicle. Obviously, I got okay, hold on. Let me see. Boom. I got a 2019. Bam. I got a Ford. Bam. I got an F-150. Bam. I got the Lariat 4x2. Bam. And I got the 20s.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I got I used to have the 18s, but remember they did a flim flam boom, and then it tells me everything that they offer. The Open Country HT2, the Open Country AT3, the Open Country AT3 EV. I went with this is what I went with right here. I'm going with the Proxy ST3.
Oh, those are nice.
Because this is more. I don't use my truck at the track because if you want to ruin it, like dirt tracks will ruin everything. So we have vehicles that we use for the dirt and packing and things like that. So I try to keep my truck out of that element. I do more highway driving than I do anything. I don't do a lot of 4-wheel, like nothing off road, But if you'd want, they got an aggressive like that. They got.
And that's a good looking AT tire.
The bad thing about it is I'm not gonna get good highway on that.
Right.
You know
and
what I'm
it may make a little bit of noise.
Right. I'm not gonna get as smooth. But look how many. So they offer.
I like the Proxys.
I do too. I kind of like the open. I kind of like the Open Country RTs.
Yeah, those are nice.
But that's not even all terrain. That's rugged terrain. That's purely an off-road tire. You have to go to the Open Country AT because that would be something you'd be more of a hybrid.
All right, so an Open Country HT2, I'm looking at that.
That's cool.
compared to my Proxy's ST3.
Well, the Proxy would be better on the highway only.
Yeah, this looks like more sporty performance.
It is.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
for
I
like
want.
0 to 60s and stuff.
Warranty 40,000 miles.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah. So, Lummy.
That's nice.
I need to get Macho Man for the back screen. For my back screen to do a Toyo tire, picture.
Yeah.
We need to start incorporating Toyo tires in our commercials, that run on Bubba Army HQ.
Yes.
And I got me some courtesy of my good friend Stan Chin. So would that be Proxies? How would you pronounce
Proxies.
that? Proxies. I got
ST.
And Dan, all I got to do is take them down to Terry. He'll mount them.
Oh, yeah. He's got all the stuff there, too.
Next thing you know, guess what, bitch? I got brand new Toyos, and you don't. Lummy, but here's the deal. We're going to promote Toyo tires so hard and just give them, I love to over promise and I love to just really over, like with Skag, when we promote Skag, we just go way up and beyond. So they're like, oh my God. And all the deals that we've ever cut with various content providers or radio stations or television stations or whatever, we don't get near the amount of bang for our buck than what Bubba does. Bubba goes on these organic 4 or 5 minute rants that you can't put a value on. Most commercials that Toyo or Skag or Steps Towing or whatever, whoever the hell we're promoting, they get a 60-second commercial. That's what they get.
And the Bubba Army loves it.
Don't forget to go to Sunbelt Rental. That's right. Go to sunbeltrentals.com. It's 1-800-NO-SWEAT and get the Weekend Warrior special. That's Sunbelt Rental. Tell them Bubba sent you. That's what you get. But now when you advertise with us, you get organic, long-form, evergreen, or like conversational type advertising. So I'm going to see, not that I want to drive Stan Chin crazy and overextend our endorsement, but I just Seth just got new tires about 6 months ago? So
I think it's time for some new ones.
No. What? You want to put Toyos on yours now?
Well, I mean, that's what we're here for, I thought.
What do you got on there now?
On the Ford Hemi?
What do you have on there now?
He's got like some Continental Jones or some Falcon 50s
I
or
got to
something.
look at him at the break.
I got Firestones.
They're Firestones?
Do you? Okay.
Well, those aren't as good as Toyos.
No, they're not.
Listen.
Hey,
here's
if
what
you
I'm
have
saying.
Toyo tires, should you take a picture and post it on Facebook, Bubba?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Right now.
Go to my Facebook page, which is at the Bubba Army, and or our X, Lummy, or our X. Our X page, which is at the Bubba Army, or our Facebook page at the Bubba Army, or our Instagram page. And if you got a set of Toyos, take a picture of them, and that would be some organic marketing I could show Stan Chen.
Sure would.
Be like, man, look, we got 80 pictures from existing Bubba Armies that are already loyal to the Toyo brand.
You've talked about in the past.
So I've been with Toyo before and reconnected yesterday with them. Go to toyotire.com and they have an unbelievable search engine. You take that data to and they even tell you where your where your nearest distributor is, and boom, have them slapped on. Get you some Toyos, kid. So Seth, when your Firestones, time out.
I'm already tired of them, man. Let's strap up.
They're only 6 months old. You can't be tired of them.
Yeah, but you can't be talking up Toyo tires and then have me driving around on something that's second class.
I just got a text from, who has Toyo tires on their Jeep? Grouper Lips.
Really?
On his show Jeep.
Really? I wonder what Heather Wiz got on her show Jeep.
Oh, I'm sure Toyos.
I mean,
they make a good off-road tire.
Oh, they make
a really pretty one, too. It's good looking, the tire.
They make a great tire. So anyway, Stan Chin, appreciate you. Bubba Army, go to Toyo Tires.
Calling you soon today, Stan.
Go to Toyo Tires. Find where your nearest dealer is, man. They may be they may be 8, 10, 12, 14 bucks more than, maybe even 50 bucks more than that junk-ass Falcon 50 they're trying to sell you. But Toyo, man, I mean, they make race car tires. They sponsor, I think they're huge sponsors of the UFC.
And they're an investment.
That's right. They're an investment. They appreciate
it.
They'll be the best tire you ever ran, I promise you. toyotires.com.
And live to the White House, where President Trump is now speaking, making a major sports announcement. Roger Goodell from the NFL at his side.
Let me ask you a question. How many press conferences does Donald Trump have a day?
20.
I think his whole day is a press conference.
It pretty much is. Anytime he goes to a different meeting, he does one.
I'm going to have a meeting about Alcatraz today. Then I'm going to have a meeting about the fact that I should be the new pope. And then I'm going to have a meeting about Greenland. And then I'm going to have a meeting about taking over Canada. And then, oh my God, some stinky Houthis bombed Israel yesterday. It was just a little piece of dirt, but not a big deal. But still, it was an aggressive move that we must address. Me and Bibi, we are going to go ahead and take over the Gaza Strip. There'll be a Mar-a-Lago there by April of next year. Yes, it is. It's not going to be nice for the Palestinians. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move you somewhere else. But you did you did this to yourself.
I like that he talks every day.
I do too. Remember, there'd be like weeks. There'd be like Biden would go like 2 weeks. Remember, and you're like, when's the last time the president spoke?
Yeah, he was rounding down. Like I said, you know what it's like when you put that 2 weeks notice in and you know you're not going to be at that job any longer, man. You're just coasting. But I like that he talks. You don't really have to worry about some people have to worry about his answers, but they don't have to worry about an issue not having a comment on it.
Right.
Let's listen.
I'm pleased to reveal that the 2020
draft, it's a very big thing. The draft's a big thing. It's going to be right here. Not to be confused with J6, but it's going to be just as large.
7 NFL draft. That's a big thing. Will be held right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
By the way, let me fish on the J on the PayPal 25. Thank you, Fish on the J. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Thank you. And for the all the new Rumblers, the 5,000 Rumblers that are watching us right now, hi, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, world famous shock jock. I got the single highest fine in FCC history. Don't Google me; it's not good.
The National Mall, and you get a little glimpse of it.
I do think Trump's doing his hair a little bit better.
And not as much orange.
And he's kind of de-oranged himself a little bit. Whoever finally told him that, thanks. I got to tell you, man, Trump needs a new AV department. Kevin Hazlett, when he goes to trial, he has these things that are the size of the Bubba Army signs in here. Like they just pop right. If you're in the back row of the jury, you can read these signs. Trump has these. What in the hell is going on?
Skid steer's direct.
Trump has these on all of his visual presentations. He's got these itty bitty little signs.
They need some motion graphics.
He does. He needs like a.
They should just bring some TVs in and have that on the background.
Yeah, look. We can lend him a look at our studio and look at how many TVs and moving parts we have. And can you? Like the White House needs to take it from Macho Man and our engineer. How you do things.
Maybe Doge cut the budget of props that they're able to use.
One of our country's most cherished cultural institutions, and
we at Doge here. One of the first things we're cutting back, just to let you know that we're honest.
Arts and crafts gone.
Right. White House, a visual presentation gone.
Just show it on your phone to them.
And they got one guy, like 7-Eleven here back there, just whipping up something on some cardboard.
The annual highlights for football fans everywhere. Everyone in the world is going to be watching. We look forward to welcoming people from across the nation. And about the best site. That's the best site.
That's the best they can do for signage.
Bringing professional football back into the district from Maryland.
Sad.
Stadiums and for it.
I'm trying to find where
banners, and there's going to be watching of wisdom. More than 100 years in America there. There's also
here we go, right here.
Nobody else will ever be able to duplicate that, I don't suspect.
Man, Goodell is rad, dude.
Right there. Like two little. Dan, does that not look just straight jobber? Why wouldn't they have something far bigger and more glitzy? They're expecting over 1 million people at next year's 2027 draft. I saw that article yesterday. They're expecting 1 million people. And so why do they scrimp and it looks just straight jobber when they got a couple easels with two stupid looking.
Exciting. Every year, hundreds of young football players have their dreams come true.
Meanwhile, Seth, you're right. They need a big 72-inch TV back there that would flash NFL Draft 2027. Washington Mall.
It cheapens the room.
Pew, 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 pew. It cheapens the room.
Yes.
So does the $7 Walmart easel.
Yeah, but
the NFL teams across the land, and you just saw that last week, select the best young players in America to join their ranks. Hundreds of thousands of football fans will travel all across our country to cheer them on in person. We expect, would you say, more than 100,000 people, I think.
It shows you how out of touch he is, because in Green Bay alone, they got 600,000. The year before that in Detroit, they got 750,000.
So he wants 1 million.
So
not 100.
So he's
1,000.
Yeah. That just shows you how out of touch of the subject matter he really is.
What is the capacity would you think it can hold? Because the mall can actually hold up to 1 million people if you go all the way back. What do you think?
Over 3 days, we'll be over 1 million.
Oh yeah, you're going to be. Boosting local businesses and bringing jobs.
All right, so I'm done with this. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
This is a new thing, man. It's almost like getting the Super Bowl when you get the draft.
Yeah,
I mean it's really kind of a big thing.
And it's several days, so it's hotel rooms and restaurants.
Yeah, I mean it's hotel room, it's restaurants, it's exposure to your city. Did you guys see this? Now the DHS, the Director of Homeland Security, they're going to offer I love this. Offer self-deporters like a free plane ride and $1,000 voucher.
Wow, that's like when you get that free cruise in the mail.
But the good news is, I mean, that's the good news. The bad news is you're out of here.
Yeah, it's a one-way cruise.
You're out of here. You're out of here, and I don't know how far that 1,000's going to go. And I got to think
Guatemala, it goes for like 6 years.
Yeah, but I got to think. Hold on, if you're the bad guys of Guatemala.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't you just sitting right outside the airport and with all the new people that are coming back from America? You know they got
$1,000. Just rob them all.
Yeah, rob them all.
$900 each, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're an illegal alien, you should download the CBP Home app. It's free on any device.
So if you're this illegal immigrant, you can go to the Department of Homeland Security app and sign up right there. Maybe we can deport 7-Eleven and then bring them back.
And you can go get
and document the whole experience.
Perfect.
Flight. That'll be paid for by DHS, and as well, we will give you a $1,000 stipend. Again, that's 70% savings for U.S. taxpayers. It's also safer for the migrant. It is safer for our law enforcement. If you self-deport, you should do so today.
Why should they trust that they would give him priority, Tricia?
There's documentation, and we're giving you our word that we will give you this money and that you can leave today. It's the safest way. You will not be arrested. You will not be detained, and we will give you that free flight.
Free flight and a G. I mean, the guy that asked the question is somewhat kind of a legitimate question. Is like, these people are here illegally. They're trying not to be found. They're trying not to be part of the system. They're trying not to sign up for things through their phone through a government agency. You think that they're going to trust that when they go ahead and turn themselves in, that they're going to have a $1,000 check there with a one-way ticket to wherever they want to go?
Bubba, the U.S. government's never lied to anyone, ever.
And here's
it's the
the
most
deal.
honest entity in the world.
Is that a G-ball for every kid?
No, it's a G-ball for yourself. That's it.
No, hold on. But what if you're a family?
I think every person.
And what if you're a family, a guy, a man, and a woman, and 2 kids?
It's 4K.
Is that 4K or is that 2K?
I think it's 4.
I have to look that up because I thought it was just one for the whole thing.
No,
one per person.
In that case, let me look that. See if you can look that up, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we'll try to come back with that data when we return. Okay,
I'm on it.
Proceed.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
So it won't happen again. So I'll figure it out now.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we can stay steady right here at 42, would be nice.
Yeah, but we were about, fucking 18th. What were we yesterday?
Well, that's when we had that first 6 a.m. pop. So we're going to fix that. Moving forward, we have the system fixed.
Give me the Toyo gimmick.
No problem.
Sing us a song, you're the Toyo Man.
So we're gonna go. Does the president not know? Is there a press conference or something that shows that Trump doesn't know what Article 5 is?
Let me look.
I think it was under the NBC when the Sunday News, because they kept asking him, and he says, "I have people that." Let me see if I can find it.
I'm trying to find it too. Here we go. When did Sammy get out of school? Probably about a month. Probably about 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 weeks.
Let me 3 hurt and prom shootout.
Oh shit!
Just see if there's.
Oh, yeah, look for the.
You voted for President Trump 3 times, in fact, 2016, 2020, 2024. What do you say to Trump supporters out there who say, hey, you brought up tariffs all the time in the campaign? How do you respond to that criticism?
Dutch Duke.
I don't think that's Article 5 shit. Maybe Dan doesn't. Maybe Dan knows.
Article 5.
Well, here it says a reporter asked Holman that President Trump doesn't know what his responsibilities are under Article 5 of the Constitution.
Well, he gives a good answer.
Does he?
Yeah.
I sent you the prom story.
Okay.
It's in Gradystown.
What's that, buddy?
It's in Gradystown. It's in Polk County.
Thank you.
I'm finding an article. Senator Travis is buying Toyos for his work trucks right now.
Make sure you say that on the air.
Will do.
And then add that to the air chat.
Okay.
And then make sure he takes a picture of it.
Got it.
So when we come back with that.
Okay.
Me interrupt me like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cliff Mitchell, we have. He's familiar.
What's that?
Oh, they were just talking about the Real American Beer on the World of Outlaws.
Yeah.
Their GDP on military spending or military and defense-related costs. That's something not even the United States does. It's roughly 3% of our GDP. Only about a half dozen of the... He's calling on...
I checked out Seth Steyer's.
What are they?
Jim, $10.
We're coming back with a Toyo. We're coming back with a Toyo reference, so jump in on that, okay?
Okay, it's gonna be funny.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now back to the show.
Dan came running in here and says, I got a Seth type of tire on his Ford Hemi update.
Yes.
So, and then Lummy said that...
Semi-Auto Travis is buying Toyo tires right now for his trucks.
So Semi-Auto Travis has a fleet of trucks that go out and fix auto glass. Their particular niche is semi, big semi-auto glass. Not a lot of people do that. He's the number one guy in that niche. But he also does regular passenger cars and trucks and exotic cars and things like that. Go to semiautoglass.com. And Travis is you're saying that he's out he's
on right now buying getting tires for his trucks.
Fantastic.
And he also does all the glasses for steps.
Oh, he does?
Yes, he does.
Oh, my God. We're all like a big old network.
That's right.
So thank you, Semi-Auto Glass Travis, as you're switching out your tires and as they're getting old and need replaced. Replace them with Toyo. Dan, what's your tire update on what Seth might have on his Ford Hemi?
Well, I was really curious to see, and he's got a brand called Cosmo.
Cosmo,
and the model of the tire is the Mucho Machos. He's got Cosmo Mucho Machos, which I've never in my life heard of.
You saying I got illegal alien tires?
Yes.
You know what?
Hold
on. Seth, you know what? You may be able to get $1,000 and a free plane ride just for your tires.
Yeah, ship each one home.
Sending them back to wherever the hell
Just give me the plane ride. Time to start a new life.
Cosmo Mucho Machos?
Yes, I swear to God. I couldn't believe it.
I don't know how they wear the Cosmo Mucho Machos. I'm sure you have a ton of tread life. But
you got those tires for me.
I know that.
So you probably said, give me the cheapest what you got there.
I probably did.
What's the worst tire you own?
So when it's time to change out, Seth, and put you on some Toyos.
Yesterday.
We will. I'll go out.
Are the tires bad?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no.
Did you look at the tread?
Yeah, they're a little unevenly worn. It looks like he may need like an alignment deal, too.
What he needs is probably a tire rotation. Is what he probably needs.
Or Mucho Machos.
He's got Mucho Machos.
God damn it.
He's got some Mucho Machos.
Semi-Auto Glass Mike for $50 on the Toyo Tire sponsorship.
On a what?
Toyo Tires.
Thank you so much, my friend. ToyoTires.com. They got a great search engine.
And Semi-Auto Glass Travis for $25. Toyo Tires.
Thank you. Seth, I may record going out and looking at your Mucho Machos and seeing how the tread I'm
on a Spanish death trap now.
Well, just so they're made in Thailand, Seth, so that if that makes you feel better. Thailand.
Yeah, they're made in Thailand.
By lady boys?
Hold on.
Exactly.
By lady boys, yes. And here's the deal. Thank God you got them when you did, because there's probably a 4,000% tariff on them now.
Yeah.
Those Mucho Machos, because they probably cost more than Toyos right now because they're made in Thailand.
And they're Mucho Macho. They're really macho.
Mucho Macho. Go get you a Cosmo Mucho Macho for $64.95 installed. So anyway,
do you know how Goodyear got started?
No.
He invented the vulcanization of rubber. He invented the process for making tires.
Really?
Over 120 years ago, yeah. Because Sophia had to do this deep dive thing where you go into one topic and then split into another topic.
By the way, Sophia's his daughter, and Dan has to oversee all of her homework.
All of it.
So that she'll do well. Does she got straight A's?
She got a B here and there, but mostly A's.
How about little Danny?
He gets mostly A's. He'll get a B here and there, and it's usually because he's lazy. Not lazy. He rushes through things.
Right.
So
Mr. Goodyear is the one that invented tires because he... Now, doesn't rubber come from trees?
Yes.
But they can also synthetically make rubber now, too, can't they?
Correct.
With oil.
Mm-hmm.
So, not all tires probably have to come from a tree now, do they?
No. And, one of the big harvests from Asia during the, early 20th century was rubber for tires.
Until they figured out how to make it
more synthetically out of oil.
Synthetically.
Right.
Lummy, did you see this? Kids are now starting to go to the prom This is prom season, and in our own very own backyard with arguably the most popular lawman in all of America, Grady Judd. This happened in his own backyard. But it's what type of world do we live in now that you can't even go to the prom without getting shot?
That's ridiculous. Sophia went Saturday night.
Oh, she did?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
she didn't get shot.
Did she? Is she still dating the same dude?
Mm-hmm.
How long they been dating now? A year?
Over a year, yeah.
Is it?
I don't know. Hope not.
Are you asking any questions?
A little bit, but it's like
have you got?
La 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 la. Don't want to hear it.
I understand, but it's something we must talk about. I mean,
I don't think so.
You didn't let me finish. Have you put her on birth control?
That's between her and her mom.
Okay. Well, I would think that the father would have something to say about that as well.
Yeah, but there's some talk about for menstrual problems and things
just
like
for
that.
regulation of menstrual cycle, just to be able to predict when it's going to come and that and this and
Yeah, but being on birth control your whole life's not really good either. So
I've caught in the crossfire. 3 teens are recovering tonight after a shootout in Davenport yesterday.
Now, hold on.
Oh, Davenport.
And Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says it could be tied to after prom parties. Meanwhile, the search continues for those who pulled the trigger. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us from our newsroom.
Ariel Placente?
Ariel,
that's her name.
Yeah.
Ariel Placente. Am I reading this correctly? Hold on here. Ariel Placencia?
Just from our newsroom. Ariel, how are the victims doing?
Well, Haley, 2 of the teens suffered graze wounds from the bullets, and thankfully they are expected to be okay. But the 3rd victim ended up with shrapnel in his eye, and now there's a possibility that he may be blind in that eye moving forward.
I just can't get over a shootout in a parking lot full of kids.
The call for an active shooter came around 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning. Polk County Sheriff's deputies responded to the Azure.
Oh man, you can hear it. You can hear it.
Resort, a Davenport.
Well, I mean, what am I getting?
Come on.
What am I getting subjected to? A Buffer Willie. Just getting into it. Kids getting in a shootout. Oh, so Dan, I have the funniest J. Diaco story.
Really?
Oh my God! I think I have to wait for him
in
to
the crossfire. 3 teens are recovering tonight after a shootout in Davenport yesterday. And Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says it could be tied to after prom parties. Meanwhile, the search continues for those who pulled the trigger. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us from our newsroom. Ariel, how are the victims doing?
Well, Haley, 2 of the teens suffered graze wounds from the bullets, and thankfully they are expected to.
Is her right eye lower than her left eye?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just making him. Coming from a cross-eyed guy,
be okay.
Just I can make that observation and not get in trouble because I'm a lot of people call me beady and/or cross-eyed. I figured, I beat the trolls to the punch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Just like the mean-spirited email we got today.
Yeah,
but the 3rd victim ended up with shrapnel in his eye, and now there's a possibility that he may be blind in that eye moving forward.
He might be Johnny Patch guy, too. If you're blind in that eye, a lot of times they make you wear a patch.
Yeah, I just can't get over a shootout in a parking lot full of kids.
The call for an active shooter came around 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning. Polk County Sheriff's deputies responded to the Azure Resort, a Davenport condo complex that includes short-term rentals. And in the parking lot...
Probably like an Airbnb, right? Is that probably...
have a short-term vacation homes, yeah.
Yeah, so these kids...
Their parents probably rented it for them.
Right.
Or one of them did.
There was loud music and a party, and an argument may have broken out.
Man, I got to be honest with you, man. If I have a daughter or a son that's going to the prom and his after-prom... festivities include going to an Airbnb condominium that some other parents arranged with a whole bunch of his friends. I'm saying, nope, you're not doing that.
If they want to go to a house where the parents are there,
yeah,
that's one thing. But
maybe even spend the night. Well, no spending the night.
Not that night.
Between 2 groups before shots were fired, Sheriff Grady Judd said.
They were outside standing up, shooting back and forth.
Sitting in a car in the crossfire were 3 Osceola High School students.
Okay, Lummy, I've had enough. Jesus. I can't take it anymore.
Crossfire.
Is this Channel 13 doing this to me?
Students who
had no criminal record, were not troublemakers. They were just where they shouldn't have been after midnight.
investigators later recovered 33 shell casings.
33.
And 3 firearms, including an AR-15 from the scene. Judd said he believes there were at least 3 shooters, and now he's asking the public for help.
They will shoot again, and they may have shot before if nobody's telling on them, if nobody's helping us identify them.
More overnight security video shows a large crowd of teenagers moving around locations in Polk County, including a Wawa. Investigators are now looking into what...
Hey, Lummy, where'd you go your after prom?
Oh, Wawa.
Oh, man, did you get the hot dog roller?
Oh, no, they got a great sub there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whether this
What'd she get?
She got a hot dog.
Okay.
Mine.
Oh, I'm sure she did. You got a sub and then gave her the hot dog?
That's right.
Okay.
shooting is possibly connected to post-prom parties in Osceola County.
Osceola broke up a big party after prom party. And
listen to those gunshots.
We know that there was at least a gathering in this complex.
On Monday, Judd encouraged short-term rentals not to rent single nights to kids. And his message to parents is to always know where your kids are.
If they want to have friends over, have them at your house where you can supervise and know where they are.
Good advice.
That's how you...
What? Nobody knew? None of these parents knew where their kids were?
No kidding.
I mean,
that's a lie.
I mean... There's a lot of lie. Seth, there was probably a lot of dishonesty in the description to parents as to where these kids were supposed to be.
Have safe and healthy children that are alive and don't have bullet holes in them.
And do they look like they're in prom
And the
outfits?
sheriff
They look like they're just wearing like Friday night.
I think it was after the prom and they'd gone back to the condos and slipped out of their formal wear. Now they're like in their
hoochie wear.
Hoochie. We're going to hang outside and watch 33 shell casings be
Said that they have not identified any suspects yet, and he admitted he's a little frustrated because despite that large crowd of people you saw in those videos, the sheriff said nobody's talking to investigators. So as they work through lots of video, the sheriff is now asking parents to please talk to your kids and
whatever. I wasn't familiar with what the Article 5 in the Constitution of the United States is. Right? Are you guys? Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution outlines the process for amending the Constitution.
Yeah, I thought the Congress had to, right? The Congress has to vote on it?
It could be done by several different methods, and a constitutional Congress or a constitutional convention or Congress can initiate the amendment, and it's got to go through like 2/3 of the states.
So Article 5 of the Constitution outlines the process of amending the Constitution. So if you have, how many amendments do we have in the Constitution?
26, I think.
26, 27, 25, something like that. So if you want to make a change to one of those, then that goes under Article 5.
You want to make any change at all to the Constitution, any change either to an amendment or to the original language of the Constitution has to be done by an amendment, this process.
Well, and more specifically, Article 5.
Right.
Right. So to change the Constitution, that's completely what Article 5 is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, Trump's taken some shrapnel that he didn't know, or somebody asked him, Lummy, what Article 5 on the U.S. Constitution was, and I don't think he knew it. Which, why would you? I mean, as the President of the United States,
it didn't apply to you.
It doesn't apply to you.
At all.
But, I mean, I would think that you would probably familiarize with because that's the framing, foundation of our country, is it not?
Yes, but Bubba, I guarantee if you asked
Bill Clinton.
No, not Bill Clinton. If you asked Biden or Kamala Harris about Article 5 or Tim Walz, they would not be able to tell you what that is.
I'm just saying
Bill Clinton probably would have.
If you are,
as a lawyer, he would have.
If you are the sitting president of the United States and take Joe Biden out of the picture, do you think that most presidents have read all 26 or 27?
It's 27.
And have 27 and have a general idea of all of them? I would say probably.
I'd say most of it. Well, anyone in law school has learned about all the amendments and the processes. They may have forgotten that like Article 5 is specifically towards amending the Constitution. Because they worry about 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, I sent you what they're talking about with the Meet the Press. The question with Trump.
And you know
it's
what?
a gotcha question. It's a BS question.
I watched the Meet the Press. I thought he came across decent. I think there's times that he needs to stop bragging.
Obviously, you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job. Because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that. And that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And
Marco Rubio has like 4 jobs right now.
They're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say...
Well, here's the deal. I don't care what article of the Constitution or even whether the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 to bring this El Salvadorian supposed MS-13 guy back because it was a clerical error as to why he got sent down there. But at the root of the problem, the absolute root of the problem was take MS-13 out of it. That's where people are getting kind of, I think, lost in this. And the fact that he was here illegally. He was an illegal alien, an illegal immigrant. He did not enter into the United States legally.
He cut the line.
So that fundamentally on its face is problem number one. Mm-hmm. So that would give our government reason to deport the guy. And we're absolutely the proponents of getting this guy back. They're skipping problem one.
Right.
The absolute first problem with this guy was the fact that he did not go through the process of entering into our country legally. He illegally circumvented the system and infiltrated our country without signing up, without having an asylum hearing, anything like that. So, I could care less. I mean, I don't want to say I could care less what the Supreme Court rules because I want to respect their authority, but we sent him back based on being an illegal migrant, having illegally entered into our country. Now, okay, the Supreme Court says that we didn't have the right to send him to El Salvador. Okay, we'll get him back. But when we go to get him back, that involves a couple processes, one of which is getting a hold of the El Salvadorian authorities, the president of El Salvador, and saying, hey, I know what the guy's name is.
El Presidente.
Hey, El Presidente. See, listen, we sent back, we made a mistake.
Can we get one of your citizens back?
Can we get one of your citizens, an El Salvadorian who was more of an citizenship wise, he's an El Salvadorian. Mm-hmm. He's not an American.
Nope. So
we returned a guy that our courts are saying we need back. And at that point, I know everybody's heard the expression possessions 9/10 of the law. El Presidente could be like, I could care less what you guys want in America. We're detaining this guy for being part of an MS-13. I mean, they got their own problems with this guy. El Salvador does. And listen, we got him, and we're not, unless we go to war with El Salvador over an illegal migrant, we're not getting him back. And we're not getting him back because we're not asking, and we're not getting him back because we're not trying, and we're not getting him back because we're not trying to blow off the Supreme Court. We're getting him back because the country that he's a citizen of is telling us no. So there's nothing we can do about it. Sorry we made a mistake, but I don't think we did. I mean, it's just like everybody's using this as like a George Floyd moment to right a wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and it's shameful because I can't believe these people are defending this person. This is the hill that they want to die on. This guy, his wife has been on multiple interviews, and he was beating her, he was abusive to her, plus everything else. And so, and by the way, if you're here illegally, you're a criminal.
And by the way, if you're here illegally, as we just saw, I think, Seth, you can go to the app, get a G-ball, and a free ticket home.
That's right.
I mean, well,
no one calls Costa Rica racist when they send someone home after 181 days. If your silly ass is in Costa Rica for more than 6 months, 181 days, they ship you out and you're never allowed back in.
So your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador.
And it is. I'm sorry you can't digest that. I'm sorry that we can't make the president of El Salvador do what the media wants him to do. I'm sorry. We can't.
Put a fine point on this. Do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know,
I mean, and listen, as much as you hate Trump or like Trump or don't like Trump or whatever, that's whether this is Joe Biden, whether this is Bill Clinton, whether this is Barack Obama, whether this is George W. Bush. I mean, yeah, maybe in some people's eyes we made a mistake in sending them down there. I don't think so. But, like, they don't, you know.
And your attorney general has said the issues with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says.
I don't know. It seems.
Is he now, Dan? Aren't most presidents lawyers? In fact,
almost all of them.
In fact,
yes, 90% of them are lawyers.
In fact, it's really rare for a president not to be a lawyer.
You know, Bush was a lawyer, Clinton was a lawyer, Obama was a lawyer. It's very, very, very common. Biden was a lawyer. Kamala was a lawyer.
Was Reagan? I think Reagan was
not a lawyer.
Reagan was an actor.
He was an actor. He was not a lawyer. But Jimmy Carter was. Nixon was.
JFK.
I don't know if JFK was
Richard
a lawyer.
Nixon.
No, it looks like, that's...
Nixon was a lawyer.
Nixon was.
He went to Duke Law School, I believe.
Might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. But some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know.
What's the Constitution of the United States? Is that
the Fifth Amendment rates his right
due process?
Yeah, due process.
Here's a problem. You have the right of due process if you've played the game from day one correctly. When you've circumvented the game by not registering, not going through the asylum-seeking process, getting a court date, and going through how to become a U.S. citizen legally, and you've just jumped over a big heap of barbed wire in San Diego and ran into the country undetected at 3 a.m. and infiltrated somewhere into the Boston or Maryland, whatever where this
Maryland,
guy,
yeah.
and you've made it to Maryland and you've set a life up in Maryland and you got 3 kids and you got a wife but fundamentally you didn't do it correctly. You entered into our country illegally. Then when do we start worrying about due process and the laws when you broke the law to begin with to even get into this country? And you're not. I thought, in my opinion, and I've got to go to words before this, but in my opinion, maybe this is the simplest kindergarten way to think of it, but in my opinion, I thought that the U.S. Constitution only applied to Americans.
Yes and no. It depends on the language. The Fifth Amendment doesn't say citizen; it just says person.
But I
it says
mean,
you can't
fundamentally,
deprive life.
But fundamentally, Dan, that article that framework of that frames our society that we live by, the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, is directed towards and written for American citizens.
Yes, because black people, they weren't considered people. So no person, they weren't considered a person. So black people, since the Constitution was written while they were slaves and staying in America, and arguably American citizens, were not considered citizens or even people. So this didn't apply to the black people in the 1700s at all.
Until Abraham Lincoln made the what was it, 16th Amendment? What was the?
He did a couple, but it was like 16th was one of the major ones.
I think the 16th Amendment was the one that ended slavery and gave African Americans in the United States of America citizenship and full right. Full right. Well,
full rights. But also it says no person shall be denied due process of law for the deprivation of life, liberty,
I know that,
or property.
But that's
so we're not taking their property. We're not taking their life. We're not taking their liberty.
If you started the game correctly, if you skipped the process of registering with our country and you're floating around here as a dingleberry, how is that applicable to you?
Plus, do you know what due process is really all that it's about? Notice and an opportunity to present a case. So due process is, listen, you guys are about to get deported. You have 30 days to show up and tell me why you can't be deported, and then we're going to chain your ass and send you out of here. That's due process.
I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Wonder how many generations that interviewer has been in America, and how many years ago her ancestors were pooping in the street.
And here's the deal: I promise you that journalist's family entered correctly and went through the proper due process of becoming an American citizen. I promise you they did.
Yeah, most likely.
Most people do. So I'm just saying, I don't know that any amendment or Article 5 applies to this Garcia dude that El Salvador's not giving back when you fundamentally you skipped the most important process of, listen, you only obtain the rights of an American when you are an American, or you filled out the paperwork and have started the process to be an American.
Bubba,
if you're just an outlier that got in here illegally, you don't pay into the tax code. You don't have. I don't think this guy had a social security number.
But the essential debate is, if you are here, whether or not you're a citizen, does every part of the Constitution apply to you? And that's a debate that needs to be actually had. Some courts have said that it does. But again, let's assume it does. And let's assume that the Constitution applies to everyone that's actually set foot, every human being that's within our boundaries. Again, notice and an opportunity to state your case is all due process is. So you notify the people, they get 14 days to show up, they can state their case, and no one care what they say, you're still going, bye-bye. That's enough due process. That's the minimal due process that's required. Due process does not have to be an elaborate 200-day with multiple hearings and multiple opportunities to appeal. That's not due process. Notice and an opportunity to respond.
I think Trump was saying too. There's 12 million illegals in the last year or two.
Right.
So every one of them have to have due process.
And I think Trump said, listen, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and other Democratic presidents had a secure border. They had the mentality closer to what Donald has than Joe Biden. Joe Biden virtually said, our borders are wide open. Just get here. And there's been other Democratic presidents that have not had the most latest, Barack Obama. He closed the border down and had a much tighter rein than Biden just absolutely let. How many they are saying? How many are they saying? 30 some million illegal immigrants came into our country?
Again, this is another one of those semantics things. So it's 30 million probably people, but they're saying 12 million illegal aliens because you're not an illegal alien until you're 18 years old. If you're a 16-year-old illegal migrant, you're not officially classified as an illegal alien. So that's why they cheat the numbers down to 10, 11, 12 million when it may be 20 or 30 million because they're not counting the children. It's a disingenuous argument.
Yeah, it could be 21 million.
Tom Holman, love him. Somebody tried to grease him with. Good luck. By the way, this is the border czar. This guy
doesn't give a F, does he?
And here's the deal, man. When this guy, after Trump, if whoever's the next president, they don't want him because he's too stiff. This guy is going to get a major CEO job for a major company that needs a quick turnaround. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he was with Obama and I think Bush, too.
He goes clear back to Reagan.
Reagan, yeah, okay.
This guy goes clear back to Reagan. So think about this. This guy goes clear back to Reagan. So he's not playing favorites with regard. He loves Trump.
40 years.
But he goes back to 3 Democratic presidents, 3 or 4 Republican presidents. This guy is Johnny, say it like it is.
The president says he doesn't know what his responsibilities are under Article 5 of the Constitution. Who would it be who would educate him about that? Would it be you?
I think the president is one of the, if not the most knowledgeable president that we've ever had. Look.
Here's the greatest.
People can beat on President Trump all you want. President Trump's a game changer. I've worked for 6 presidents.
Right here. This is what really gives this guy some credibility. Right here. Right here.
Changer. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I'm a border guy. Even President Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security if you don't have border security. No one did more than President Trump during his first administration. We handed the Biden administration the most secure border in my lifetime, and he purposely unsecured it. First president in history of the nation to do that. Look at what President Trump achieved in 8 weeks. He did in 8 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't and wouldn't do in 4 years. We have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now because of President Trump. Greatest president in my lifetime. You can quote me on that.
The president says he doesn't know.
I'm just telling you. By the way, we'll get into the P. Diddy stuff next. Let me almost 16,000 on Rumble.
Yes.
Thank you. By the way, Rumble, this is the Bubba the Love Sponge show. We're based out of Tampa, Florida, for all you newcomers. It consists of me, Bubba the Love Sponge. Don't Google me. It's really bad. Dr. Dan Diaco, who's a lawyer and a plastic surgeon. Seth Kushner, who is a brilliant radio mind and co-host. No longer
a funny guy.
No longer a journeyman of radio. Just an absolute. He's my Roger Craig. He's my solid.
I don't know what that Roger Craig means, but I'm a snowflaking bitch.
Bubba can just toss it up to you in the end zone.
Yeah,
and you're
here's the
going to
deal.
catch it.
Here's the deal. I'm Joe Montana, and when I need 3 yards, I'm handing it off to you, buddy.
Thank you very much,
and
man.
You're getting me 4.5 yards.
Thanks. And let me know next time Jerry Rice is available to be. I would love to be there.
Jerry Rice?
Yeah, well,
he's my Jerry Rice.
Nobody really ever is the Roger Craig, but I'll take it.
You're my Bill Romanowski.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
This isn't Photoshop.
Well, this isn't AI. I mean, watch this. Let me do some jumping jacks, like right in front of the.
Look at these big.
Maybe just 2. Oh, they just went to quads. They need to go back to the. Whatever.
All right, guys. So Rumble.
Let me, Dan, talk to Rumble and don't let him be mean.
Can you explain real quick what Hotbook is?
Just finishing, John. So during the commercial breaks, we'll do what's called Hot Mic. And that allows us to kind of talk freely. We can say whatever we want. We don't have the restrictions of terrestrial radio. And it gives you an opportunity to get a little bit more information from us. And we'll respond in chat a little bit more. And gives you a little bit more insight of what goes on in the show between official sets. What's up, Thomas Gilson? Yeah, T-shirt Will. J. Law Bronco. Sub 25 is a big ass nose. Love his peg juice. God, I haven't seen that word in a while. Over. There's a photo circulating of Tom Holman when he was in his 20s in a Border Patrol car from the 70s, which would be a cool picture. What's up, Glowbug?
Glowbug.
Cisco. Sorry, I took a big bite.
Glowbug.
Fuck off. I gotta eat too
Kushner.
sometimes. I eat during the major part. Thank you. That's 60.
So Kush, does when Sammy has summer break, does she get to go to camps and stuff?
Sophie? Yes, sir.
No,
Yes,
Sammy.
Sam, oh, you're asking Seth.
Yeah.
Seth, you here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Like a basketball camp?
No, just
Just a play with your friends camp?
yeah.
I really think you should do because she's so smart. You should do this Seth and Sammy show.
She could come up with some kind of like a Rizzler type like gimmick.
Yeah.
Can you
Make her the
imagine?
new Rizzler. Female
Hey,
Rizzler.
Iggy, thank you. Iggy McGillicuddy, $1.
Did she participate in your cards stuff?
Yeah, I've been letting her join in, but I don't think I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep her on board.
She's asking for too much.
No, she just loses track of what she's supposed to be doing when she sees chat.
Oh. And chat. You know, you get one bad apple in there being a fucking dick.
No, they're cool. I mean, they're cool on my Instagram. I just she just needs to focus on what she needs to be doing.
What's up, Stop and Go, Steve? It's funny. I think he's a piece of shit, Tampa Terry, but my aunt loves him.
Let's see if we can get 17,000 here on Rumble. 17 G's. Let's give me some thumbs up here. We went to 86. We should have far more thumbs up than that, to be honest with you. So sorry. We got a minute 22 left, and we'll be live. Fish on the J. The last.
Okay, I said, yeah. I didn't know. A Rumble rant? That's what I said, Rumble rant.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
Okay, no, I didn't go out of the room. I just want to make sure I said the right word. Bubba's my God. Never trust a fart after 40. I'm good. Never trust a fart. Yeah, well, it's nice he's Italian, but it's still a douchebag. He still killed a lot of people, I think. In my personal opinion. I think he was responsible for a lot of deaths in this country. Maybe 1 million. He may go down as one of the biggest, mass murderers of all time. Fauci. For making the virus, letting it go to China, where they knew it was going to be recklessly handled. And then lying about the therapy. To me, that's like, I pretty much blame every COVID death.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That's 813-90-BUBBA if you'd like to call in the phone lines. A lot of content people don't have the available to take live phone calls. We do. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes we get some troll. It's always troll play. We have a guy named Gary and
Charlie.
Well,
you used to have Gary.
Well, we used to have Gary. Gary will live in infamy as a troll, will he not?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, true.
That's true.
And now we got a guy named Charlie. And I think
he was less funny than Gary. Gary at least was interesting.
Well, here's the thing. Gary was a dick.
But smart.
But Gary, you could tell Gary claimed to have been an attorney, and I think he very well may have been.
Right. He was smart. He just wasn't a dick for being a dick.
Yeah, he was. He was very on the liberal side of things, but he would argue with you and
have good points.
Sure.
Yeah, he was actually it was interesting to talk to.
It was adversarial, of course.
Yeah, but it was fun.
I don't know what happened to Gary. Is Gary
probably
okay?
Just died. He's old.
He was old. I don't know. We got him the ring, and he thanked us for.
Did we get him the ring?
Yeah.
Wow. What were we thinking that day? Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he got a ring, and he was thankful for it, and he said he was displaying it, and then.
So man, we give him the ultimate prize, my precious. We give him the ultimate. We give him the ultimate prize, and then thinking we'll turn him around a little bit, and then he disappears. Who got worked?
Yeah, COVID got him.
Well, there again. COVID, man. If you think about it, just think about how. By the way, we just hit 17,000 on Rumble. Maybe we'll hit 20. Oh my God.
Let's hope so.
That's awesome.
Think about now, as you take a step back. As you take a step back, and we're 5 years removed from the start of COVID.
Almost exactly.
Yeah, COVID started about March of 2020. Maybe
That's
few
when
months.
the shutdown started.
Yeah, that maybe a few months.
It started 6 months earlier.
Yeah,
it started the fall of 19.
Think of the overreactions that not that we all necessarily believed in and wanted to do, but as a country and as our government mandated on us, and how they shut it right on down, and and this is going to get Dan all churned up, and I'm setting him up to go crazy, but we put all of our eggs in this Dr. Fauci basket. And listen, there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other disease-type specialists, doctors we could have leaned on, to have a better opinion. A broader range and more open-minded opinion as to what COVID was, how to treat it, how to combat it, what you do with the masses, than Fauci. And I don't know if they'll ever bring this guy up on Capitol Hill and on charges or what, but to look at the hoops we had to jump through, the businesses, the mom and pop businesses that closed down and lost everything. I mean, Seth, you go downtown St. Pete a lot. And I think even more so back then, because I think maybe you even lived closer back then. But I know that you were seeing, mom and pop businesses that were forced to close for 90 days to 4 months. They couldn't float that rent. They couldn't float that payroll. They couldn't. 60% of them closed down. And because we just absolutely knee-jerked. And what we should have done is what Dan said all along, is have alternative methods of treatment. Not make everybody get the shot. Start relying on herd immunity. And not... do you think that we completely, Dan, missed the ball and overreacted?
I think that we had a predetermined response, and anything that distracted from that was destroyed. And that's the shame of it. They knew what they wanted to do, and if you had any voice of opposition, they destroyed you. They would deplatform you. They'd make you lose your job. They'd make you lose your certification if you were a doctor. They would do everything to attack you. And when you get attacked that hard for just having an alternative opinion, because science is never settled. There's no settling of science. Science is always to be questioned. Every time we think we have science settled, we realize that we we made a mistake. There's more to it. Even Einstein's theory of relativity has been tweaked because that wasn't settled science. We thought that the atom was the smallest part of matter. Nope. We go down to the protons and electrons and neutrons. Now we got things even smaller than electrons.
Wasn't Stephen Hawking's original black hole that he was so heralded about and like rolled out to be the most genius man in the world?
And he is wrong.
And then he was like, I'm wrong about this.
Yes, he was wrong because the more we look, the more we learn. And so
do you think Fauci? I mean, because and here's the thing, we have firsthand knowledge of getting in trouble for having an ulterior, a different way to treat, a very effective 100% cure rate of COVID without getting the jab. And then what was the pill they wanted you to take once you got it, Dan?
Oh, the Paxlovid?
Paxlovid.
Which is a very dangerous pill. And even Fauci took it. He got a rebound.
So Dan was part of an email chain with doctors from Harvard,
FLCCC,
Cornell.
Frontline Critical Care COVID doctors.
There was about 500 doctors that were on this email chain that would talk amongst themselves about, hey, listen, I'm using zinc with ivermectin. I always say it wrong. How do you say it?
Ivermectin.
Ivermectin. I'm using a Z-Pack. I'm using dioxycycline. I'm using, Dan, the kind of your guys' magic concoction,
was doxycycline, ivermectin, plus or minus hydroxychloroquine, zinc, vitamin D, and then if they got sick or they were nebulizers.
There you go.
And you wait a couple days for the nebulizer. You wouldn't do it at first because you want to do it after a while, but not too late, but not at the beginning. So it's a balance. And here's the other thing. COVID, if people, obviously should remember that COVID was very specific to that day and that person. So if you caught COVID and I caught COVID the same week, you and I would have different symptoms. And then if I caught a different version of COVID 6 months or a year later, it was different than the first time. So every time someone caught COVID, it was a little different. And to have one cookie cutter solution is, again, contrary to science.
Has anybody been able to unwind how much Fauci? Okay, let me ask in a different way. Let me ask this question in a different way. Did Fauci financially gain a ton of money from COVID?
Absolutely.
Did he did?
He made money from HIV.
Well, and wasn't he wrong with HIV?
And he was so indignant about not allowing any other alternative theories or therapies because he was promoting his therapy, which he made money on. It's disgusting. The guy has literally been one of the worst people to humanity of the last 40 years.
So it says he doubled his net worth pretty much between 2019 and 2023 to $15 million.
Yeah. So listen to this. So to move on, because I have the P. Diddy thing to do. The John Gruden is supposedly now the team owner of this new Nashville indoor football team. Dan's friends with John Gruden. We're going to try to get John either in here or a package.
Or both.
Or both, preferably both. But here's the deal. We got suspended from YouTube because YouTube basically had any content creator that has any alternative method of treatment other than what the WHO is saying, which is the vaccine. That's it. I mean, if you got COVID, you better vax up, and then you better take one of these Plaquenils or whatever the hell there are. And Dan was a doctor. I'm sorry, still is. And he was like, well, let me give you some boots on the ground data of 300 people at that time that I'm treating. And this is what I'm doing. And I haven't lost a patient yet. And
they all get better.
They've all gotten better.
Stay out of the hospital.
It's not anything to do with getting jabbed, and it's the medicines that Dan spoke of earlier. I mean, Rogan Rogan has had people on that had the same concoction Dan had.
And there was science to justify it. There were studies to justify it. And even Fauci himself said that these therapies were effective 10 years before COVID hit when talking about coronaviruses, and then lied and said they weren't.
And so we got suspended from YouTube because I had a doctor, not some guy that's got some conspiracy theory. He's been reading some medical journals. A doctor, boots on the ground, prescribing what he says he is, giving the results of his patient's progress. And we got suspended because it wasn't the jab or the pill that Big Pharma was promoting. And it's amazing now to take a step back and say, talk about impeding upon somebody's First Amendment rights. We weren't saying hate speech. We weren't saying anything towards any type of subsection of people or anything like that. We were simply giving people an alternative method or opinion of how to treat COVID. That's it. And that got us and our channel suspended for a week with a big community strike. Remember, it was an absolute. Yeah. So it's just like, man, did we overreact or what? And we happen to be fortunate enough to live in Florida, where our governor actually opened things up by saying, okay, if you can't eat inside of a restaurant because you're too close, then I'm going to allow these restaurants to set up. I'm going to take the rules of having to have a sidewalk. Because there's rules where you have to have a certain amount of easement, for people to be able to travel, not have to walk in the streets. But I'm going to take all the sidewalk rules and temporarily suspend them so that these restaurants like Jeff Giraconte and Forbici and other ones, you guys can set up outdoor, and still continue to be open and allow takeout. We were I think we might have been one of the most free states in the entire country with regards to traveling, coming and going, and mask mandates.
Absolutely.
I think so.
And still, Jeff had a positive COVID on one of the employees, and he had to shut his restaurant down for 24 hours and disinfect the whole place. Stupid.
John Gruden is getting back into pro football. The former NFL coach is joining the Nashville Cats.
All right.
Of the Arena Football League One. The Arena Football One League as a part owner and what the club called a consultancy and advisory role in all aspects of team football and business operations. Gruden, age 61, has been involved in the U.S. professional team in an official capacity since resigning as a coach from the Raiders. I think his lawsuit's still ongoing, and he's actually had some victories and some rulings, and this is going to continue to proceed through the court system. I think there was a few different times that the NFL's tried to get this shut down, and he's prevailed. So it's going to be interesting to see. Colin Kaepernick got $75 million because he was able to prove collusion amongst NFL general managers and they got.
Did he even prove it, or he just threatened it and they were scared to go through discovery?
What you just said.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a few emails from one general manager that said, "Hey, listen, Colin Kaepernick would be." And here's the deal: it's a guy's opinion, and it's true. If you were to put Colin Kaepernick on your team, it would be a distraction. Be a huge distraction. Just like Tim Tebow was. And Tim Tebow was distracting you with Jesus, and Colin Kaepernick was distracting you with Kunta Kinte. Both of which are the NFL hates.
Yeah, they didn't want
him. They hate Jesus and they hate Kunta Kinte.
I don't know what's going on with Gruden's current situation with the lawsuit, but this is from last year. It said John Gruden loses a Nevada High Court ruling in an NFL emails lawsuit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, too. It looks like he's going to have to appeal it.
Oh.
So, yeah.
So, Seth, it may have gotten shot down, like you said, and then, you know what, Lummy's looking for an appeal. And, Dan, that always sucks when you have to go to the appellate because you got a 50-50 chance because they have to prove that the lower court made a mistake.
Right.
Not that the judge was wrong, but that there was a mistake in the way the judge ruled, which is tough. Which is really tough.
Or in the process.
Well, listen, I think he's killing it with Barstool. And the NFL has.
And he saved his money. He didn't blow it all. He's okay financially.
Oh yeah, I think he's loaded.
Now he's joined the Arena Football One League that hopefully will start this year.
I hope. I don't know if that's a good look for him or not.
Being an owner?
To me, it feels like it's kind of a job out. I think he could continue with his Barstool Sports franchise and the current path that he's on, and not have to jump into that Arena League. I don't know how much people really pay attention to that.
Well, wasn't his brother kind of big in the Arena Football League?
His brother, who went on to coach for the Washington Commanders for 3 or 4 years, was probably arguably the greatest indoor football player ever.
Maybe he's throwing him a bone.
But see, the indoor football league has fragmented and been so torn apart. Like the original indoor football league, I don't even know if that exists.
It doesn't.
There's like the Tampa Bay Storm, I think, have reunited or opened back up, but they're part of maybe a different league than the Nashville Cats, because you notice how it says NFL 1 indoor. I don't know. Like, maybe I should ask Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Today is National Nurses Day.
You got to wake her up.
Let's hear it for our healthcare heroes.
Yay.
Give me an N for nurturing, U for understanding, R for respected, S for strong, and E for extraordinary. Thank you to nurses everywhere.
Yeah, perfect. So, hey, Alexa, how many different indoor football leagues are there?
Here's something I found on the web. According to citizentimes.com, currently, there are 6 others which are active: Arena Football League, since 1987, Indoor Football League, 2008, Legends Football League, 2009, Champions Indoor Football, 2015, National Arena League, 2017, and the American Arena League, 2018.
So there's 6 different federations. Now, I don't know if there's 6 now.
Well, this one, the AFL, well, whatever they're calling it,
which she just looked like she spewed out as the latest.
It is. It's the one that's taken over the, I guess
the original deal.
Yeah, and so that's where the Predators are going to be in.
So the AFL is kind of the big is the one that's the most credible.
Correct.
The AFL. What teams are in the AFL?
Albany Firebirds,
Albany, New York.
Nashville Cats.
Nashville Cats, which is partly owned now by John Gruden.
Corpus Christi Tritons.
There you go.
The Salina Liberty.
Where's Salina?
Kansas.
Okay.
Southwest Kansas Storm.
Okay.
Billings Outlaws.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon Lightning. And Washington Wolfpack. And the Orlando Predators.
And the Predators. Now, didn't the Orlando Storm, the Tampa Bay Storm, didn't they just fire back up?
And then I think they folded again.
Really?
And yeah.
Didn't Derek Brooks have a piece of that?
I thought so, but I think they folded after the last AFL tried to start back up.
Do the Tampa Bay Storm still exist? Are they still open?
Tampa Bay Storm in Tampa Bay is currently closed but will open in 52 minutes.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Man, Jeff Knights are getting... Ooh, Kevin. How's his...
Yeah, they're contradicting them.
Oh, look. That's Kevin Hazen right there, look.
Oh, yeah. His third letter to the FWC.
Hey, Lovey, will you find that letter for me? Because it's obviously...
Yes.
Let me get that double Toyo air check.
Yeah, you should have both in your email.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
For real?
Yes, sir. We're flipping them out. I'm sending you the letter.
You're on top of things, Lummy. Did you know that?
Well, it's good when you got a Macho Man, a 7-Eleven, and a Gary Cantrell in your back pocket.
Shit gets done?
Yes, it does. We're firing on all cylinders. I sent you the third letter. The Channel 10 story. The old biker, yeah, I think that's the UFL now. I messed that up. I get upset about that. I think they play every Sunday now, right? Saturday, Sunday on Fox. In front of 200 people. Magnum DUI. Still watch it online. Thuggish, ruggish. Yeah, aren't they nummies?
So let me send me the
Jeff Knight. The letter you gotta scroll down a little bit for.
All right.
I believe the story. Yeah, the story's right there, and then you gotta scroll down for the letter.
Okay. Is this the letter right here? No, that's the victim's letter.
Scroll past that one. Should be right there.
Okay.
What's up, big drone guy? Drake fan, Orlando. I'm sure you do, Charlie. What's up, 25's big ass nose?
So they got a letter from. Okay.
Thanks. What's up, Bubba Army for life? Sometimes J-Law. Depends on the,
Well, man.
arthritis.
One.
Hey, do I still have part of the trout back there?
You should.
I think so.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, based out of Tampa, Florida. I am Bubba the Love Sponge. Hi. If you want to learn more about us, you can always go to our website, Bubba Army. That's BubbaArmyHQ.com. It has all of our past stuff, nearly 25 years of content. I'm one of the very few radio/content providers that were doing content. Well, my first year doing content was to make me sound old, 1986. And so I have owned all my content all my career. I've lost a lot of it. I didn't record a lot of it, but what I did record and what I have kept and preserved, we're slowly trickulating up on Bubba Army HQ, including full shows from the Sirius days, the Cox days, the Beasley days, some 98 Rock days, Power Pig days, and it's got an unbelievable search engine. Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. You can also stream the show there, audibly if you'd like. There's a lot of different things for you to enjoy at Bubba Army HQ. I was going to get into the P. Diddy deal, which maybe I should, and maybe I should save Dan this whole big legal posturing, because you can see these two. First of all, there's a guy and that lives in this area, and his name's Jeffrey Knight. And he's a very affluent individual. He's very well known for being affluent. He also owns one of the coolest music venues in town. Seth has often said that that's probably one of his favorite places to catch a show. Is what it's called Janus Landing. And Seth, God, you probably can't even recount how many shows you've seen there over the years.
No, but Blue October and Chameleon Era will always stand out to me.
All right.
And a lot of times you'll catch groups on the way up and sometimes on the way down. It's like a square block, a square city block that's completely it's the courtyard of a complete city square block. And it's got balconies and trees, and it's a great venue. Jeff Knight happens to own that. He also owns, I think he used to own one of the largest underground fiber and cable and burrowing systems. Like, when...
Knight Enterprises.
Knight Enterprises. That's where he made the majority.
Dig the channels or the tunnels for the cords?
Yes. So in anything underground, fiber, water, he does the burrowing for them. And I think he sold that company a few years ago for like $1 billion. And so he's I've met Jeff. In fact, oddly enough, Dan, our closest connection to Jeff is that he bought, Dan and I used to own a plane together. Dan's brothers, me and Tom Bean, all owned a Cessna 414 8-passenger twin airplane back when I was slinging, doing good. Boy, was it so nice to have that. Was that just such a nice thing to have? Yeah. But it was so expensive. People don't realize, man, just the annual. Just to take the plane in on April 1st, for its annual, and if nothing was wrong with it, it was $25,000. That was just for the guy to go through, go through every instrument to make sure that instrument plus its backup worked. And of course there was always something wrong. A fuse here, a brake shoe there, just to give you the cost. And we just had a little twin prop. We didn't even have a jet. But like a new set of brakes on our 414, I think were like $6,000.
Torture.
So anyway, we got rid of it when I couldn't contribute anymore. And oddly enough, Jeff Knight bought it. Did you know that?
I did not realize that.
Jeff Knight bought our plane, and it's a great little plane. He got a great deal on it, and it's a little workhorse. Man, it's just if you want to fly.
Is he selling now?
I don't know. Maybe we might be able to. Dan, we might be able to pick it up. On
the cheap
for that insurance check you got. So so anyway, Jeff Knight was involved in a boating accident that's really, really taken Tampa, Florida by storm. And now, what you can't do. In this particular, Dan, I don't think legally, when this goes to trial, if it does, I don't think you can use Jeff Knight's past as something that the jury can be told.
No, it's not. It's prejudicial.
Jeff Knight has had a prior boating accident that he was cleared of.
It was remote. He was cleared of it. It has nothing to do with today, and it would taint the jury if he talked about it.
Right. So, but a lot of people want to bring that in play.
Mm-hmm.
He was cleared of it, but so Jeff Knight got involved into a boating accident most recently. What was it? 2 weeks ago, something like that ish. Wasn't it like? Yeah. And it involved Jeff's, what was it, a 39-foot open fish?
Yeah, with 3 400s or 3 300s.
And there's a Clearwater ferry that ferries people to and from a couple different beaches, and it was at dusk, and Jeff drove into the back of it. And it is a big, complete shiz show. And you can see both lawyers have written their papers. And this is during this. There's huge investigations going on right now, and there's news stories going on right now. And I'm thinking maybe Dan, that we save this for Jay. Not to undermine your legal mind, but Jay's is your legal sensei,
right.
And I'll have a 30-minute period when I have both of you in here, so I'm gonna save this for you two to help me dig into this together. I will tell you this: Jeff Knight retained Kevin Hazlett. And if you just look at the two, so there's a firm that has been retained by the crash victims, and there's a firm that has been retained by Jeffrey Knight. Jeffrey Knight retained Kevin Hazlett. The absolute, Dan, if you got in trouble criminally
in Pinellas County, calling Kevin.
And in Hillsborough, you're calling Norman, and you're asking Kevin to sign on as well.
Yep.
So when I do get Jay in here, I'm not saying anything wrong with Mickey Keenan, PA, but just in their writings, you can see it's just really, really, really in their writings of who they're both, blaming each other, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And in their writings, it's so evident to see who the big slinging D is. And so I'm going to get through that. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am somewhat close to this. So I would tend to skew on the side of Jeffrey Knight. I know some stuff that I've taught. I know some data. And here's what's going to piss. And you know what? Lummy, I want you to preserve this right now. Tuesday, May 6th, 2025, 8:23 in the morning. And I'm going to say something that's going to really piss off a lot of people.
Oh, boy.
Jeff Knight will not be charged for this at all. He will walk away from this scot-free, and he will not. Now, I don't know. That's criminally.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know civilly where that's headed. In fact, Kevin said he's not, when this does go civil, he will cooperate with the civil guy and give him his notes. But basically, Dan, the criminal, a lot of times, is all you need for this. You just go, the criminal pretty much is the civil a lot of times.
Sometimes it's a setup for it, yeah.
Right. So Kevin's not part of this. Now, whatever happens criminally here has nothing to do what's going to happen civilly here, because you can lose a criminal case. Because let's not forget, in order to be charged criminally, what is it, Dan? Beyond, it's like it has to be
beyond a reasonable doubt. So that means like 99.999999999%.
Yeah.
Whereas in a civil case,
it's 50.1.
50.0000001. So one's just a little over half, and one is almost 100%.
Right. So
big difference.
I'm just telling you right now, I can't predict Because each one of these people, once they are so upset that Kevin Hazlett so brilliantly knows how to interpret, knows how to investigate, knows how to hire forensic experts, knows how to, knows how to defend people that have done potentially criminal things, and he's the best there is. Because Jeff Knight will walk 100%, and then these survivors, one person was killed. Now, I'm not saying, you're going to like my opinion, but Jeff Knight will walk 100% criminally. Mark my word, Lummy. Mark the tape.
Mark it.
And it's going to piss these people off so bad, and then I don't know I cannot tell you where the civil goes, because that's, hasn't even, we have to get through this first. So, but I will tell you this, that in the writings, just the media, I feel for Jeff Knight in the fact that I've been the bad guy before.
Oh, he's going to get shamed in the media for the next 10 months.
I've been the bad guy. I've been the guy that is automatically guilty before my story was told. I've been Jeff Knight. I've been that guy. And I feel for him right now, because everybody right now, on the face of the data that they have, is claiming this guy to be why is he not in jail? Victims on board the Clearwater ferry boat that was hit by another boat just more than a week ago are sharing their stories. A Palm Harbor father died and several others were injured following the crash that was captured on a web camera. The other boat was driven by Jeff Knight. He's a prominent business owner who stepped down from his position at Janice Landing Live following the crash. And so I'm going to get into that when Jay gets here. Here is the Diddy deal. I think, Lummy, yesterday Vordaer started.
Yes.
Now, for those that don't know what Vordaer is the picking and the selection, or the process thereof, of finding a jury. Finding, in this case, maybe would it be 11?
Probably 6.
I don't know.
Is it a capital case?
It's a
federal capital case. It could be 12.
11 or 12 people. So it's 12.
It wouldn't be 11.
Finding 12. It's right.
6 or 12.
Finding 12, 6 or 12 people.
12 and 6 alternatives.
Oh, man.
Alternate, sorry.
18.
So finding 18 people that have not judged P. Diddy, have not heard about this case, have not, this is going to be. Whew. I wonder how many preemptive strikes do they? Maybe 4?
I think 3 per.
Is it 3?
3. Jay's here.
Oh, good.
High karate in his suit.
Oh, now that means usually he's got a little something going on afterwards.
Yeah, you know it.
Boy, that's not a.
You tell me. I was wondering.
I'll tell you what it is. That's maybe being in front of your honor suit.
Well, it's not a white shirt, so I got a nice watch and a jazzy shirt on. So
Deposition or
mediation.
So
it's a white shirt and a conservative watch.
So white shirt, conservative watch means your honor?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And a colored shirt and a step up on the watch means Depo Willie.
Correct.
Or Mediation Jones.
Yep. Exactly.
So, God, I got 2 legal wranglings. I think I can get into the. Well, let's get the P. Diddy stuff out of the way.
It's 8:30. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8:30. And then Jay, I'm telling you right now, Jeff Knight walks.
I can't wait to hear.
Jeff Knight walks, and you should see Kevin's letter compared to the other lawyer's letter.
I would hire Kevin if I ever got in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
2 seconds. If it's Hillsborough County, Norman Canella Jr., if it's Pinellas County, it's Kevin 10 out of 10 times.
New York City tonight, jury selection now underway in the high-profile Sean Diddy Combs trial. Potential jurors asked about that disturbing hotel surveillance video showing
Seth, I know you don't like jury duty, but man, you almost lie and say, I haven't heard anything about this just to be on this jury. Because, Seth, there's a payday. If you're a juror on this on this case.
Oh yeah, you already got your book titled "Juror Number 7, the Diddy
Exactly.
Trial."
Right.
Let me tell you
Diddy
about
trial.
Juror Number 7. What kind of a prick he was
through the eyes of juror number 7. Right?
Diddy looked at me, and I could see the innocence in his eyes.
I could, and so I hung out for 3 weeks, and ended up being a hung.
Bragging and kicking his former girlfriend, and about other celebrities whose names might emerge in this trial. ABC's chief investigative correspondent Aaron.
I'm just so upset that we are so antiquated with the federal rule of court where it's only artist renderings and no, recording or camera.
It's archaic.
It is. You know what? I want a state senator or a congressman or somebody to come up with a law proposing that the federal judicial system get with the times and under the guise of transparency that we need access to federal cases.
I agree. And what's interesting is it was done under the auspices of protecting the sanctity of the trial. And what's happened is it allows news outlets to leak out whatever they want and go on with their narrative. A good example is, remember when Kyle Rittenhouse was tried and we got to watch the trial of that guy from Wisconsin who shot the armed BLM white guy? Remember that trial, and he was found not guilty? The reason a lot of people turned for him was we watched it and we couldn't believe the cross-examination of the guy who put a gun in his face before he shot him. And so I agree, man. We need to see, I'd like to see Supreme Court instead of renderings. I want to see it all.
Listen, here's the deal. We're in the day and age where they don't keep anything from us, supposedly. I mean, I'm sure they keep a lot of things from us.
Except for FBI interviews in federal court.
I mean, but but hold on, man. But as far as criminal investigation, civil, if something's happening in the court of law, then we, the people, need to have access, just like, Jay, and when we had the MJ Bubba case, there were just common people, fans that were, that dressed accordingly, because you can't walk in flip-flops and beach shorts, and watched. You have the right as a citizen in good standing. Basically, they don't even ID you. As long as you don't have a gun and drugs on you, and you can walk right through the metal detectors, right into court, and pretty much, for the most part, watch any trial you want.
Absolutely. And
right? Because
that was live streamed, we had the community on our side very quickly, didn't we?
Yeah.
And if it hadn't been live streamed and Bay News 9 and Channel 8 were doing spewing whatever narrative they would have, it would have been a whole different deal.
At the courthouse tonight.
Tonight, jury selection is underway in the most anticipated trial of the year, the racketeering.
Of the year? How about whatever? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're saying
conspiracy and sex trafficking trial of Sean Combs. Federal prosecutors are trying to prove Combs used his power, wealth, and fame to force women into drug-fueled orgies known as freak-offs and then threaten them into silence. Many of the prospective jurors signaled they're familiar with the case and this potentially damning piece of evidence. Video, first obtained by CNN, showing Combs chasing then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura down a hotel hallway in 2016, knocking her to the floor and kicking her. One woman called the video disturbing, telling the judge it was upsetting.
And again, don't forget that this has been allowed for the jury to see, and including it. So, Jay, does it look like they've played it during voir dire?
It looks like it.
It looks.
They said they did. Yeah, they
But how
played it during the day.
How do
this
you
has
do
nothing
that?
to do with this case, and it's prejudicial. Don't you think, Jay? This has nothing to do with whether or not he was doing crazy things at his parties. This is a hotel room. It's a remote situation. Again, this is one of those things that's going to open up the case for error,
for an
appeal.
It's true that, and they don't need this because
They don't.
You'll remember when we were dealing with your case. It's always admissibility starts with materiality. It has to be something that's material to the allegations in the case. What does him beating somebody, however many years before a sex party, have to do with
on
allegations
a situation that was settled and leaked?
Right. So
this was not obtained legally.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with racketeering or sex trafficking.
And the whole idea is they have this thing called 403, and if the probative value, meaning the admissibility, is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, which is what Danny's saying, a prospective juror already saw that. It's like, oh my God, it's disturbing. Well, what do you think she's going to believe everything everyone else says about him?
It looks like they're playing this during voir dire and asking potential jurors, can you get through this and give this guy a fair trial? Hold on.
Fueled orgies known as freak-offs and then threaten them into silence. Many of the prospective jurors signaled they're familiar with the case and this potentially damning piece of evidence. Video first obtained by CNN showing Combs chasing then-girlfriend.
Oh, maybe, hold on. They didn't play it. They just said they were familiar with it. So it looks like they didn't play this during voir dire, which would have been very much procedurally wrong. They just asked them, are you familiar with the hotel surveillance? And people answered yes or no.
And they're allowed to use it during the trial.
The trial, but not.
Ventura down a hotel hallway in 2016, knocking her to the floor and kicking her. One woman called the video disturbing, telling the judge it was upsetting to watch, but I don't know the full story, so I can listen to the facts.
All right, she's in.
So the charges are racketeering and then intimidating people from reporting it. So that's where it's relevant.
Yeah,
he's going to show that what happens if you try to report. Yeah, he'll hunt you down and he'll beat you.
That's like a J.D. Acco little that's like a little J.D. Acco sneak in right there.
That's the
judge allowed her to remain in the jury pool. Jurors filling out this written questionnaire saying
there may be evidence of graphic videos and photographs, including videos of violence in connection to this case. Is there anything about that nature of the evidence that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial? No. There may be evidence of sexually explicit videos, photographs, and language in connection with this case. Would such an evidence interfere with your ability to sit fairly and impartially in this hearing of evidence? No.
There may be graphic and sexually explicit evidence in connection.
In fact, I'd like to see that kind of stuff
with the case and asking if there's.
I would say, Your Honor, the more of that, the better, buddy.
I'd like to remove him.
I'll sit here in the jury box with a bone.
Anything that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial.
Like, do they? I thought when you're going on a jury trial that they don't tell you what it's about.
At the beginning they don't, but at this point they do.
Okay.
Yeah. And voir dire, when you're picking the jury, you're allowed to actually. It's one of the few times, Seth, that the lawyer's allowed to talk to the jurors. You can't. Once the trial starts, it's all through the court, through witnesses, and then you get an opening statement and a closing argument. But
in this case, you can actually say, "Hey, Sally, what do you really think?" I mean, right? I mean, you can really individually talk to him.
I could focus on Seth and use his answers to try to affect the rest of the jury.
He's a dirty pervert. Put me on.
Exactly. So
Kelly Brown, $70.
It's a really great part of the trial, and you can win there.
Kelly Brown.
Ooh. Kelly Brown, 70 bones. Thank you.
Prospective jurors also saying they recognize the names of other celebrities that might come up at trial. So the judge tried to keep things moving.
Whoa. When they say, does that mean that they potentially disclosed these names?
Oh, I have to list every witness.
Well, listen.
Fair and impartial. Many prospective jurors also saying they recognize the names of other celebrities that might come up at trial.
So, Jay, did they have to disclose those celebrities they potentially might?
Sure.
Oh.
We said, here's the witnesses. Every guy's ever heard of me? Diaco, Adams and Diaco. Anyone ever heard of, Greg Herring? And then you talk about the allegations. You ever heard of Bubba? People have very strong opinions about you.
Oh, I know.
And then you get to the point of the witnesses, and we literally list all the witnesses.
Tried to keep things moving. So when the defense asked for a bathroom break, Combs apologized, saying, "Sorry, Judge, I'm a little nervous today." His lawyers are aiming to convince the jury the government is trying to police consensual sex by a swinger who they say invited others into his bedroom. No juror has.
All right, so Jay, we know their defense.
Mm-hmm.
This is their defense right here.
When the defense asked for a bathroom break, Combs apologized, saying, "Sorry, Judge, I'm a little nervous today."
So this right here, they've tipped their hand as to what their defense is right here.
His lawyers are aiming to convince the jury the government is trying to police consensual sex by a swinger who they say invited others into his bedroom. No juror has been seated yet. David, jury selection resumes here in the morning. David.
All right, Aaron Katersky will be covering this trial for us.
McGillicuddy, $20.
Thank you.
And they're going to dispute consent by alleging that these people were intoxicated on drugs. That's how they're going to try to get around the consent. Because most of the stories I've heard were people that ended up, I haven't heard of people like kidnapped and bound. Like the R. Kelly stuff was bizarro. We've heard about parties and freak-offs, and so I think that the allegations have merit, but I think that the defense has merit as well. There's a lot of freaks in this world.
Well, they're gonna
about the egg challenge.
and they're also gonna do this too. They love to use human trafficking very loosely.
Yeah.
And so, like, if P. Diddy's assistant picked up a couple consensual chicks
right.
that wanted to be in the freak off or knew what they were getting into or etc., and they went and picked them up at their apartment upon P. Diddy's, go pick these two chicks up.
Yeah, there's the racketeering.
And there's humans, and then there's human sex trafficking as well.
But you're also forgetting about the underage
realistically,
girls.
you were just going to pick up a couple hookers.
But you're thinking of the underage girls,
which is reprehensible.
Well,
Those
yes.
allegations are horrible.
And I'm not getting into the underage deal, but I'm just saying. There's going to be however many counts of sexual trafficking, half of which were probably hookers that were just getting picked up by P. Diddy's car service.
And flown into Miami.
P. Diddy juries. I heard about Diddy parties on Rogan. Some of the best moments during jury selection.
Oh, yeah.
The first day of jury selection in the P. Diddy sex trafficking trial is on the books. And there were a few standouts, including one prospective juror who said Joe Rogan turned them on to the P. Diddy parties. The juror told the judge they heard about Diddy parties involving sex and drugs on the episode of Joe's podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, but the juror was not excluded.
Oh.
Another highlight, juror number 20 was caught shoplifting from Universal Studios, and he told and he told the judge that he had to get a lawyer after busted trying to get a 5-finger discount on a wand from the Wizarding World of Harry Potter.
No, come on, were they messing around? That had to be someone screwing around, right?
No. A jury said, they probably, the question was, have any of you ever been arrested before? Right, Jay? Something very, that. And they're like, well, hey,
stole a
hold
wand.
on.
Universal.
Hello, Judge. Yes, Your Honor. I'm juror number 20. I just want to let you know that I tried to rip off a wand from Harry Potter, and I had to hire an attorney to get out of it. Oh, you're okay. Juror number 20 also noted that on the questionnaire that they liked a post on social media from a comedian making a baby oil joke.
Wow, these lawyers are going deep.
Oh, they're going deep. Have you ever? Now, I guess this is the Harvey Levin spin on it, Lummy.
Yes.
On TMZ. Let's.
Do we know the other guy's name with Harvey, or is it just Harvey and the other guy?
It's Harvey and the other guy.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure.
It's Harvey and Dreadlock Willie.
This other guy really has to start branding himself as something.
He does. He should just put the other guy. Harvey's other guy.
Officially on trial for crimes that could put him away for the rest of his life if he's convicted. And I got to say, before we get into the strategy of picking a jury, which is what they're going to be doing this week.
I don't have time for all that.
Underway right now.
We know how to do all that.
He's always trying to curl his arms any way that he can.
Isn't he?
He is.
Oh, he does his biceps.
Lines for Diddy. Now, what was this? Is this? I don't know what this is. What this is?
I think is that for the jury
I
selection?
love food. I think about food every day.
There's a running commentary in my brain of.
Is there anything we could buy? Some kind of subscription deal that would keep these commercials off of my pre-rolls, or is it just every individual website has them, and it's just something you can't get through?
We would just have to start recording we would have to record all that stuff before the show.
Oh yeah, it's impossible. It's
Or there's definitely a TMZ subscription. I think my wife has it.
Oh, does she?
I think so.
Can you steal me the password?
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
She'll never know.
No.
She's gonna text you and say, Jay, I'm trying to get on TMZ and Bubba's on it. Here we go. Now.
Look at that thing.
Oh my God.
Seth.
Wait, what is this for?
Seth, I need to get one of these for you when next time you have a panic attack and you want to sleep outside. Right there.
No.
Right
I need open air. I can't have it. I'll be.
I got to look.
Enclosure no good.
She's got it cracked open a little bit. See right there?
That's right. Easy way for a rapist to jump right in with you.
I don't know what this is.
A lot of people in these little cages.
What time do you want to do it to? Or you can if you want. If not,
I was on the other side. But I got here at 9:30.
9:30 when? PM?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
9:30 last night. For what?
Was there anyone else here at 9:30 p.m. or just you?
No, there was another one, 6:30.
6:30 p.m. Wow. And what time did you get here?
I got here
at what time?
Midnight.
At midnight. Okay, and what number were you in line? Wow. So, yeah, the line starts pretty early. If you don't mind me asking, how much do you get paid for that?
No, so hold on. Are these people that are jurors?
I think it's jury selection.
And you have to, like, what, for parking or for, to be, like, what would be the advantage if you're a juror? If you're a potential juror,
Man, New York sucks, man.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
God, you got to go to jury selection 9:30 at night before.
I got to run into Eye Patch Willie just as I'm trying to go, grab a piece of pizza. He's gonna be the least scary guy I see throughout my day.
Under pressure to testimony from alleged victim number 3. Federal prosecutors are under pressure relating to one of the star witnesses in the Diddy trial because they revealed in court today that they may not be bringing an alleged victim into the courtroom to testify. The alleged victim in question is a woman that the feds revealed Monday. The woman does not live close to New York City where the trial is being held, and they said that she's told the court that she may not even show up during or for having been subpoenaed. Prosecutors claim that they're having difficulty contacting the woman and her attorney, and the judge asked lead prosecutor Maureen Comey if the prosecutor planned to drop the woman's name in the opening statements. Comey said the prosecutors would not be getting into the woman's story until the second part of the trial.
Ooh.
And tell me about that, Jay.
Well, because this is during opening statements would be described as one of many women. So that means they don't have her yet. They literally are going to start the trial. Because normally if they had her secured, they'd be talking about her because she's one of the linchpin testimony. She's one of the big witnesses. And so what they're saying is, well, don't worry about it, Judge. We'll just start without mentioning an opening statement. And they're hoping they can track her down in the next. I mean, this could be a months-long trial.
No, hold on. Could this completely gut the prosecution's case?
If it's a really, really important witness, it could.
P. Diddy's lawyers told the judge and the judge prosecutors needed to tell them what they plan on doing with victim number 3 by the end of the week, and the judge implored the feds to make every effort to reach the woman's attorney to secure her appearance. As for Diddy's appearance on Monday, we were told he covered up his neck tattoo with a sweater and a collared shirt, and none of the prospective jurors made eye contact with him as he came in and out of the courtroom. Overall, we were told things were mild and copacetic during the first day of trial proceedings, with the prosecuting and Diddy's lead attorney working well together. Diddy and whoever passed notes back and forth throughout the day, including one that appeared to be a question Diddy had about one of the juries who said they did not like to see violent videos. Now, is this... Oh, this is his attorney. This is P. Diddy's attorney, I think.
No, the one above it says it is. I think it says, was it right there below that? Mark Agnifilio.
And who's this?
That must be, I don't know who that is.
Said what's more, we're told Diddy was very chatty with his attorney, Terry. So this is one of his attorney too. See? Terry. Yeah. So, Jay, if they can't get, and they've written a lot of their problems that they have potentially.
Ever wondered about the sun?
Jesus Christ!
This guy Agnifilio is a super stud.
Now, if witness number 3 is a no-show, can they make, Jay? Like, let's say you live in Kansas, and you've now had a change of heart, and you've given the prosecutors all this information. And they've gone hog wild with it. And they've really, 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 drafted the complaint involving number 3 a lot. Mm-hmm. And number 3 now, just out of nowhere, is non-cooperative and is non-responsive. If they issue a subpoena for you to come to court and you do not come, are you in contempt of court and they can arrest you?
Yes.
And would they, in something this high profile, arrest you?
In a federal case that's this big, maybe. But, you hear all the time domestic violence in state courts where the victim that's been beaten doesn't testify against her boyfriend. That happens all the time. Mm-hmm. You have a witness that's cooperating that becomes a non-cooperating witness.
At that point, the state can't do nothing. They got to drop it, right?
That happens all the time with domestic violence cases where
and
it's
they
just
don't go out and get that. They don't go out and get that guy or her.
They're not going to go arrest that woman,
right?
Let's say you're a victim
because she's a no-show.
No. No.
So-
but in this one, it's what the judge said is try to get the lawyer because we're duty bound. So unless the lawyer is surfing in Costa Rica, no. But if I can't go. Well, Your Honor, I can't find her. I can say
All right,
that.
so what if you go like this?
I can't lie.
Let's say this, Jay. You represent juror number 3.
Yep.
And she lives in St. Louis, Missouri.
Yep.
And they issue a subpoena. And you beg her and beg her and beg her and beg her, and you have contact with her, and you've made, you've done everything you can, but she says, Jay, I ain't going.
Mm-hmm.
Are you duty bound to go to the court and report back to the court? I am her attorney. Anything short of me grabbing her and throwing her in the back of my SUV, I have tried everything I can, and she is not cooperating with me. But I am here to answer the subpoena, so that I'm not held in contempt. But she's not showing up.
The lawyer's not bound by the
he's not.
order.
You wouldn't be in trouble.
No. But if he knew something and he concealed it from the court, he would. Now he may have to attest to the judge. I've tried by phone calls. My assistants have called. Here's an affidavit of all my good faith efforts to try to reach out to her. I can't get in touch with her. There's nothing else I can do, Your Honor.
Would Your Honor say, Mr. Diaco, as you have represented number 3, can you testify that there were no deals struck or there were could he ask you that?
I don't think so. If it's confidentiality, you're not the witness. You still are a lawyer and you're still an officer of the court. So to the extent it involves procedure and things like that, one of the things they could do. What would
the answer be?
It's called a witness unavailability. If you have a witness that's unavailable that lives more than 100 miles away from the trial, then you can get their written statement in. And so they just want her live. They would also have to pay for her cost of her transportation and have to pay for her hotel or Zoom.
It sounds like this part they'll pay for anything.
Yeah, so
they send
if they get a hold of her, they'll probably say, "Judge, we could do it by Zoom. Who cares? We don't need her in person." They want her live because having her
But what if she's not going to do any of it?
I think they're having difficulty finding her.
She may be worried about the negative press and the negative media, and some people are so tied to Diddy that she's worried about her safety, maybe.
Yeah, and she may have settled.
She may have settled.
But Jay, a settlement doesn't have to be disclosed to Your Honor
if they get you under oath.
So if Your Honor said, Mr. Diaco, you represent number 3, correct?
Yes.
Was there a settlement involved in this particular case?
Your Honor, I'm not at liberty to talk about that.
And he would have to take that. He can't push. He can't push further.
He could in closed quarters say, Mr. Diaco,
I need you in my chambers right now.
I'll look at it under seal. Remember how I told you before that nothing's confidential really because a judge will see it one day to determine whether it's confidential. So I tell my children and everyone, write an email or a text as though your mother or a judge is going to read it because one day they will. And
I hope none of my texts get read by a judge. I'm in trouble.
You notice how vanilla my texts are. If I have something, to say to you, I'm going to call you up and say it. I'm not going to put it in a text. So, the judge will be able to find out what's going on and then say, was part of the deal confidentiality? Did she agree not to talk? And say, Judge, I cannot do anything. You're ordered to give me the confidentiality agreement. Okay, here it is. Where is she? I don't know. I haven't spoken to her. We settled the case 3 months ago, Your Honor. I have no idea.
Would you have, if he asked, would you have to provide said confidential agreement?
Over objection, most likely.
So
under seal for him to see it in camera by himself.
Then he would see that P. Diddy's people wrote her a $10 million check.
Yep.
Now, is that a problem?
Not really. As long as it remains confidential to the public, that's really what the confidentiality's purpose is.
Wouldn't the prosecution just be becoming unglued, saying at this point this guy can actually buy his freedom? The number one witness now can be bought and paid for?
And they would want to be able to bring that up in a trial, which is why they want her live. If there was some sort of a change of heart. And so would the judge be able to say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the reason why number 3 is not here is because she settled with P. Diddy? That would be probably reversible error, but yes, there's a lot of different ways the judge can handle this, and he could also say, Mr. Diaco, I'd like you to try in good faith to go find her for the next 2 weeks, and then I want you to report back to me what you've done to try to find her. I want you to hire a private investigator.
But if she's in the Bahamas, man.
She can't do anything. I found her. She's in the Bahamas. She says she's not coming back. I'm sorry. I can't make her come back. I've tried, Your Honor. I told her that you're under a subpoena.
And she told me to pack sand. She's enjoying her dirty bananas by the.
Right. She actually said, "No, I'm not, Mr. Diaco. They never got me with the subpoena. I'm gone."
You know what, Miss? She fired me. She goes, "You know what, Jay?
Exactly.
You're fired.
I don't represent her anymore.
I already paid you for the settlement gimmick. You're fired." Right?
Yeah, civil case is over, Your Honor.
Can you imagine then going back to Your Honor saying, Your Honor, she fired me?
Well, you could just say, I don't represent her anymore.
Right.
Once the case was over, Your Honor, case is settled. I don't represent her. I have no idea where she is.
All right, Danny's got to go, and we've got to get into this Jeff Knight deal. This will probably consume the majority of the program. And let me remember, at 8:23, I predicted.
Yes, you did.
Jeff Knight will completely walk on this deal.
11:19 on the timestamp. I timestamped it too.
I'm just telling you. You're dealing with a whole nother level of lawyer here. And we'll get into that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
District of New Jersey and Manhattan.
This is P. Diddy's counsel?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good old boy. Yeah, that guy's a super stud.
How close to 20 grand did we get?
He's outside.
Seth, were you looking?
No, I can look.
No, we're way down right now. We're at 9 grand.
Good morning, everybody. What's up, Bubba Army for Life, Grouper Lips, Tampa Terry. Brought the Cayenne today. I got to drive over to Orlando for a deposition, Terry.
Okay, you got Orlando?
Yeah.
You gonna make it in time?
What's up, Thomas?
What's up, GR? The Thomas Gilson, Kenny Powers. How's everybody doing? What up, Ned's Rusty Taint? You know, it's funny for you guys that don't ever. If any of you guys don't ever put on a suit, you should put one on every now and then. You feel pretty good. I feel pretty strong whenever I'm in a suit. What up, Xerxes? Good morning to you as well, my friend. Heather Spin instructor.
Laying the gauntlet down. I like it, Kelly.
Everybody. What's up, GR? Armagon, Shaka, right back at you, buddy. It's Jay, and yes, they do make me pee. I just have one today because I got a depot and a long ride, so I'm all caffeinated up. Jeff Frierson, what's up?
What if we start labeling our show on Rumble the Dan Bonagino show?
What, the Bubba Bonagino?
Yeah,
that would be awesome. The Bubba Bonagino.
Just for one day.
Dan's cousin who's on the spectrum. Dan's fat cousin.
Well, I mean, that could be it. I'm just thinking about falsely luring people in.
You know, we told it, I'm not afraid to say, I still like to get my suits on sale. I don't want to pay retail for anything. I'm not an idiot.
Erwin Fletcher, $5.
And I've been there, for sure. Men's Warehouse. What's up, Scotty? I bet your Bongino would enjoy this show. I like him. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, he's got a lot of other things going on right now.
For sure. He's running FBI, right?
Assistant director of FBI.
Yeah, which means he's running it.
Yeah. Hey, Lummy, is there any way that somebody can print me, if Macho Man can print me?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Bubba Bonagino Show. I'm the fat cousin of Dan Bonagino. The fat cousin on the that's on the spectrum. Bubba Bonagino. Hello, Rumblers. How you doing? Thank you. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you're watching us on Rumble. Appreciate you. In a hyper-local story, as most of my Rumblers are probably hard telling where you're from. Hell, you could be in Nicaragua, for all I know. Costa Rica. Jay, they got internet down there, don't they?
For sure.
At your house, Jay, which you've had for well over a decade now, what type of, do you got full-blown internet Wi-Fi?
Yeah, satellite television, Sky Television, and a slow Wi-Fi, but, it's decent.
So you got the well, really all you care about is catching waves all day.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that it's sporadic because I don't always have it, and so when I'm on vacation,
you got TV
for sure.
And now, is there a close supermarket for you to go? Or do you eat out?
Supermarket's kind of a subjective term. There's a little kind of store very close to my house, lots of little restaurants, and yeah, I can stay within my neighborhood.
But you could probably just walk around the village or the city or the little town and eat at authentic, what type of food is indigenous to Costa Rica? Like
beans and rice,
goat,
arroz con pollo, chicken and yellow rice.
Right.
Anything has a side of rice and beans, but they have, really great fish, amazing steak and beef. All that's pretty reasonably priced.
Probably all seafood, real good seafood.
Real good seafood. It's proteins and vegetables because it's what they have there. If you're eating a chicken, it's from around the corner. If you're eating a vegetable, it was cooked down the street.
Ferry passengers disagree with statements made by passengers on board of the other boat. Jeffrey Knight's lawyer, Kevin Hazlett, shared a third letter to investigators questioning the ferry's potential safety violations. Now, I'll tell you this right now. We might be the only people, I wouldn't say are sticking up for Jeff Knight, but is trying to give you the fair interpretation as to what might happen here.
How about innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. But he's very much, perceived as a multi-millionaire bad guy, much like me, but take the millionaires out. and I'm just the bad guy, and I've been so wrongly judged just based on headlines, and I've been part of I don't know how many different lawsuits, where one of which where I was facing 5 years in prison, and because I'm Bubba the Love Sponge, I was automatically guilty. Jeff Knight, by the media standards and by most people's public perception, is guilty. And what happened was there was this ferry that was moving people from point A to point B in a non-wake zone area, and it was putting along, and Jeff Knight's boat hit it from behind. Now, on the surf, and one person on the ferry died. Jeff Knight, in kind of the Reader's Digest version, stayed at the crash for a while as he tried to float the boat, hit the ferry to a sandbar, and then he had a baby that was, I've been told now, 12 days old. But he needed to get injured passengers, including people on the ferry, to medical help. He felt as if Morton Plant was the closest, which it is, or his boat ramp where people could transport them via a vehicle.
So what we thought, maybe he's going to the boat ramp to take care of an injured person on his boat. We said that.
He blew. Here's some things that people are questioning. He blew a 000. His blood was taken within I think it's like I forget how many hours within. His blood was taken. I think it's come back clean.
I don't want to counter program, but they didn't take his blood.
They haven't taken his blood?
No.
Okay. So there's been a lot of missteps, including one not taking Jeff Knight's blood. But another misstep is they never tested the ferry drivers.
Really?
Never. And I have, I'm fairly close to this because I have some insight. They never tested the ferry drivers. The ferry boat was overloaded by 3 people. And there's been 2 captains that have former captains of the ferry company step forward and talk to Kevin Hazlett about how they quit because of safety violations of this boat. Now, the media is going to absolutely make Jeff Knight look like the biggest piece of shiz ever. He's a millionaire. He's been not in trouble, but had missteps before, none of which matters in this incident. But there's a lot of things to be considered here. I can't wait to get Kevin's printed letter.
It should be.
Oh, God, thank you, Macho Man. All I saw was a big ass left forearm come in. Damn, that's delivery. Now, Jay, when I read the victims on the ferry, the passengers on the ferry have retained an attorney. Okay. And he wrote a letter.
I want to know the name, and I'll look it up when you
and then
it.
Kevin wrote a letter, and oh my God, Becca, just in letter form, I can, and Jay, this is certainly what you do for a living. You can tell what type of juggernaut or what type of whale or what type of rookie or what type of ambulance chaser or what type of sling and D you're dealing with, usually just by the letter correspondence. Am I not right?
Yes, 100%.
How you guys write back and forth and the things that you write to submit to the court or the media and how you write it versus how they write, you can tell your opponent's strength and or weakness. Here is a media report about this incident.
All right, Bobby, thank you. Tonight, more victims on board that ferry that was hit by another boat more than a week ago, now sharing their stories. A Palm Harbor father died in that incident. Several people injured following the crash, too, and it was captured on a camera. The other boat was driven by Jeffrey Knight. He's a prominent business owner who stepped down from his position at Janice Live following that crash. But passengers on the Clearwater Ferry say that is not enough. They say it's time for accountability. So far, no arrests have been made.
Not only have no arrests been made, no arrests will be made.
Investigates Jennifer Titus joining us with new information and how ferry passengers are.
This was so mishandled on so many different levels that Jeff Knight not only will walk, but didn't do anything wrong.
Are upset about statements from
and that's not the popular opinion, even in this room.
Those on board,
which I'm good with. You don't have to have my opinion.
Knight's boat.
Yeah, we sat down with two of the ferry passengers today who say the claims made to investigators are simply not true. Brenda Alvarez and Marcos Pacheco were on the ferry when Knight's boat crashed into the ferry. They had just gone to the Sugar Sand Festival with their kids. They both remember the night of the crash very well. Brenda was thrown to the ground during the impact and still has a lot of pain. They are trying their best to recover and question some of the statements being made by Knight's lawyer. Knight's lawyer says that allegations of leaving the scene are without legal basis. He says that Jeff stayed to offer aid but had to leave because his boat was taking on water. Pacheco and Alvarez say the truth is Jeffrey Knight left the scene of the crash. Their lawyer also says that comments made about the captain and passengers being distracted by dolphins in the area is false, and that blaming the victims for this crash is offensive and improper.
I just hope that the investigation carries through and that whoever's found at fault is held accountable. And like I said, my family and I can just move on from this and heal.
I just like to hope that the authorities do their best to consider our feelings and everything that we went through. And we're hoping for a good outcome, I guess you could say. I don't have the words.
I think you probably, out of the 44 people on the boat, I think you could have probably found a couple better spokespersons.
Did reach out to Knight's lawyer once again, asking if Knight or passengers on his boat would go on camera, but we were told that they are reluctant to speak publicly because of what they're calling vicious online commentary. They did send us a third letter that they have sent to FWC investigators, what they are asking for. Coming up all new tonight at 6 o'clock.
I was forwarded a troll of this particular situation that was trying to nudge their opinions into this deal. I forget where it was. Somebody sent it to me where it was be like Jeffrey Knight's a scumbag and his attorney is going to go on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Oh, really?
And it was like trying to get us involved. And I was just like, you know what? That's one of my trolls that are just trying, that knows that we're friends and, just trying to, troll it up. Here is, so I have the letter. Mickey Keenan, PA. This is who represents the people that were on the ferry. For immediate release, ferry victims Jeffrey Knight needs to be held accountable. Clearwater, Florida, May 5th, 2025. By this point, everybody in the Bay Area knows and has seen the horrific video of Jeffrey Knight speeding his boat into the back of the Clearwater ferry. To the average viewer, it's clear what happened. Knight wasn't paying attention, was traveling at an unsafe speed, and was operating a boat in a careless manner, causing the Clearwater Fire Department labeled as a mass casualty event of injuries and death. Now, Jay, as a lawyer, here's strike number one. You're calling Jeff Knight a millionaire. Millionaire Jeffrey Knight. That has no bearing on this case.
Well, I mean, the whole statement, that's a statement. Millionaire Jeffrey Knight refuses to accept responsibility. Aren't you allowed to deny responsibility if you don't believe you're negligent?
Yes.
I mean, it's just,
like I said, do you remember
it's skewed already one way.
Do you remember when I said you can get a letter from opposing counsel and you know exactly what you're dealing with?
For sure.
Okay. So millionaire Jeffrey Knight refuses to accept responsibility for his negligence and has demonstrated no remorse. Jeffrey Knight has blamed the crash on everybody except himself, including the victims. Our firm represents the victims of this crash, including the family of Marcos Pacino, Brenda Alvarez. We want to make clear that no matter what Jeffrey Knight's lawyers say, this is, Jay, I could write a better legal brief than this.
You read one of mine last week. How did that go?
Oh, it's you hold on. Most attorneys cite case law. It's like, wait till I read Kevin's. It's exactly something you would have written. We want to make clear that no matter what Jeffrey Knight's lawyers say, Knight did not act reasonably before, during, or after the crash, and his failure to do so has had dire results. Statement from Marcus Pacino and Brenda Alvarez. We teach our children if somebody in our family does something wrong, they must own up to their mistake and accept responsibilities. Jeffrey Knight clearly does not abide by these. Now, this is a letter that you're releasing to the media. Why are you taking quotes from the people that were involved in this? Wouldn't you want them not to talk and let your lawyer do all the talking?
Yes.
Instead of saying that we as a family teach our children this is just horrible. A statement from attorney Scott Cepolo. Whether it's on a boat or a car, we expect members of our community to follow the rules. These rules keep us safe. People like Jeffrey Knight, who acted recklessly without due regard for safety rules and who refused to accept responsibility for their actions, put families at risk. If Jeffrey Knight is not held accountable for his actions now, who will be the next person he kills or injures? As an attorney, you're writing that before you've ever stepped, not very attorney-like. Fact check. Knight's claim 1, allegations of leaving the scene are without legal and or factual basis. Truth, Jeffrey Knight left the scene of the crash. This is the only fact that is undisputed. He drove away, period, end of story. Boy, that does not sound very legal-like to me. He drove away, period, end of story.
You want to hear this guy's notable cases?
Yes.
Major policy limits. Offered 60, got 700,000. Swift policy limit settlement after rear-end collision. They offered 41. I got 100. Significant litigation success in a disputed case. $200,000 settlement when they initially offered 8,000. You know what mine are?
Yeah.
6 mil, 5.4 mil. I mean, are you kidding? These are his 6. These are notable cases. These are not notable cases for me.
Yeah, those are just, that's a Wednesday. Say it.
When I'm looking at these guys' website and I'm looking at their experience.
So hold on. So
this is no Steve Yared.
In moments before the collision, the captain and many passengers were distracted by dolphins in the area, diminishing navigational awareness. You're going to use the dolphins distraction gimmick? What case law can you cite me under the dolphin distraction gimmick?
Well, these are what Knight's claim is, right?
Knight's claim, I guess.
That's what Knight's saying, that the boat,
truth.
it stopped
Blaming the victims for this crash is offensive and proper. If it was light enough that the victims could see the dolphins, why couldn't Knight see massive ferry directly in front of him? The answer is because he wasn't paying attention. Maybe true. Claim 3. Clearwater Ferry was not displaying the required navigational light at the time of the accident. This uncontested fact show that Mr. Knight acted in full compliance with the Florida law. Truth. None of Mr. Knight's actions are responsible, lawful, or in sound judgment. The video of the ferry crash is not ambiguous. Knight's failure to follow the relevant nautical rules in the primary case of the collision with the ferry. No matter what Jeff Knight... This sounds so like Sophia wrote it. No matter what Jeff Knight says... I would think, Jay, you could put it in a far better legal sounding opinion. No matter what Jeff Knight says, it's clear that his actions caused this collision and the immeasurable pain and suffering of these victims. Mickey Kean is a personal injury law firm with offices in Tampa, Riverview, Sarasota, and the Villages, and who have been injured by careless others. The lawyers of Mickey Kean have delivered tens of millions of dollars, and none of this. I'm going to tell you something. Kevin Hazlett's his 1, 2, 3. None of when Kevin Hazlett signed his letter, he didn't say Carlson, Meisner, and Hazlett is a law firm based out of Clearwater, Florida, with officers in blah, 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 and blah, 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 and have helped, like you don't put your track record on as the closure of your rebuttal letter to opposing counsel. None of that matters.
No, and if I were handling this, I would do it quietly, and I would give Jeff an opportunity to settle quietly and not do this. And he's trying his case publicly terribly.
Well, Jeff ain't settling.
I'm just saying.
Jeff's saying, you know what? I'm walking. I am walking. These boots were made for walking. Wait till I'm going to go to words. Wait till I just read. The people that represent, on the ferries, their lawyer, what's his guy name? Mickey Keenan? Mickey Keenan?
And Scott Cepolo.
Right.
Nicole
now,
Cock.
wait till you hear the sling and date. Wait till you hear somebody that's on the level of J.D. Acco, Greg Herring, Todd Foster, Norman Cannella, the great Barry Cohen. Some unbelievable, huge lawyer, Rob Adams. Great franchises of law and how they write and the wording that they use and how they cite case law. And they just say, no matter what Jeff says, he did it.
And you could find my number at 888-SOS.
And we've helped millions of people, including people in the Villages. Last week we solved a grandma got ran over by a golf cart case.
And
they wanted $5,000 and we got $26,000.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No charges yet.
There won't be. There can't be.
I'm just looking. Yeah, this is interesting.
It won't be. Let me just read you Kevin's bullet points. Not even hit the words after.
If you want to wait till on the air, I don't care either way.
Well, I just want to.
Okay.
Felix, I got the trop roof.
Failure to sound 5-blast digital signal, according to 33 CFR 83.34 Rule 34D of Inland Navigation Rules. Legal precedent, MLB Life Insurance Corp. versus Suarez, 768 subsection 21129 of Florida, 2nd DCA 2000. Passenger overboard beyond coastal Coast Guard certificate. Legal precedent. Case law. Post-incident drug and alcohol testing compliance. Legal precedent. Navigation lighting violations and unsafe conditions. Legal precedents 1, 2, and 3. Stern light, side lights, intensity. Legal precedent, Pennsylvania 86-123, 1874, the Supreme Court established that a vessel is blah, blah, blah. Request for immediate preservation of evidence. Public commentary and narrative integrity. That's a real fucking lawyer.
That's unbelievable.
Right there. That, right? Like,
and you know what he said is what we looked at. Remember we were looking at it and we thought there was just a light in the front. We couldn't see if there was one in the back.
Yeah.
In his letter, he says, the only visible light appears to be mounted on the foreship, Hazlett said. Though this light was elevated above the deck, the vessel approaching from the stern would not have seen the light as it was obstructed by the canopy.
Yes.
Just like you said.
Just like I said.
Exactly.
And then I also talked to him about, and he didn't get into this, but buoyancy, and that is if it was overloaded by 3 people, and 3 people are either in the back or the front of that vehicle, the draft of that vessel, the horizontal of that light is tilted up or tilted down based on where they're overloaded, which could cause you an optical, if the boat's dragging you, if you're pushing front, it's up. If you're pushing down, it's down.
Right.
Secondly, he's told me he's going to get into the weathering of the lights. And when's the last time the lenses were replaced?
Probably
and that after 2 years, navigational lights lose 40% of their visibility due to sun fogging and weathering. And when were the last time these lenses were changed? And you have what they call a luminous scale, which determines how bright. It's a machine that you put up, and he's doing luminum scale testing on all these lights. And there's already testimony that they've never changed the lights. They've never changed the bulbs or the things. So if it's supposed to be 100 luminas and it's been that boat's 7 years old and it's never been changed, those things are so
It could be 50 or 40.
It may be, I mean, Kevin's.
Well, and what they said is if it's pointing in the front, you don't see it anyway.
Right.
You need them on the back, you need them on the stern.
So, and they didn't alcohol test the captain.
I saw that. That's
of the boat.
I thought you had to when there's an accident with injuries. I thought that was the law.
The boat captain's never been tested. Hey, Kushner.
Do you want to buy a piece of the trout, Lummy?
Hey, Kushner.
What? Yes, sir.
Gooch, Suffering in Silence, has a box headed your way today.
Oh, God.
Ask what size T-shirt you were, and then...
Oh, okay. Well, it's not Tony's pullover. No, I hope you didn't take that from Tony. Not that Tony wants it.
Listen, don't underestimate the ability.
Well, I don't want to also shit on anything Gooch potentially bought for me, but I do thank Gooch. I am between.
I will tell you this, you are Gooch's favorite on the show. So
it's crazy, man.
And he's the stiffest motherfucker known to man.
No, I know.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Man, when you get another lawyer that's like Jay, and he walks in and he goes, God dang, Kevin is an absolute badass. Straight badass. You can see now, Kevin... Jay, you can see now, man, Kevin is positioned for Jeff just to straight walk on this deal. And it's going to get a ton of public scrutiny. Yep. It's going to be, Jeff's going to be a hated man. Mm-hmm. People don't understand the law. There's within a murder. I'm sorry, within an accident or death, there's procedures involved, and when there's a misstep of procedure or a sequence of negligence, sometimes a person that may have been guilty of doing something reckless, I wouldn't say gets away, but has such a great attorney to accentuate the law, the actual law, and the missteps of investigation that those people often, there's walk.
And it also highlights the difference in the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case versus more likely than not in a civil case. And so the burden of proof is 99.999% that you do not have any reasonable doubt as to the guilt of this person, that they've proved every single charge.
When you think that Mickey Conan and the Rockettes who represent do you think when they got Kevin, when they are receiving correspondence from Kevin like this, they're like, oh God, This isn't the same as fighting grandma in the golf cart case in the Villages.
This is not a second-year law student and $100,000, second-year lawyer and $100,000 insurance. Yeah,
Carlson,
case.
Meisner, Hazlett.
And you're getting the guy.
I represent Jeffrey Knight, the private vessel operator involved in the April 27th, 2025 incident with the commercial ferry Maddie's Crossing. This letter serves as a formal request. You don't see anybody. You don't see anybody's opinion. You don't see anybody calling names. You don't see Kevin asking for quotes from Jeffrey. You see this is a fact of law. This is a letter of law. This letter serves as a formal request for investigation and preservation of the evidence related to this incident, both under Florida law and applicable United States Coast Guard USCG maritime safety regulations. Now, the other guys didn't even get into any type of maritime law.
They probably don't know it.
Number 1, failure to sound the required 5-blast danger signal. According to 33 CFR 83-34 Rule D, Rule 34 of the Inland Navigation Rules, when a vessel is in sight of another and there is a doubt as to the other vessel's intentions, the proper and immediate response is 5 short, rapid blasts on the vessel's whistle or horn. This signal is crucial to prevent collisions and is considered the standard response to imminent danger. Multiple witness statements and press accounts indicates there were no such horn. Signal was made prior to the crash. Though our investigators have learned that Marco Vacherio, a passenger aboard the ferry, reportedly heard the captain tell the first mate, "Hey, hey, hey," just before impact. Well, Andre 5000? Hey. The verbal warning does not satisfy the Coast Guard requirements, and we request that your agency evaluate whether this failure is sound to prescribe. The failure to sound the prescribed warning signal contributed to the accident, and whether it shifts responsibility for the collision accordance. Legal precedent. MLB Life Assurance Corp. versus Suez 768. The court examined a collision between a ferry and a private vessel. So, Jay, here's the case law. The court, again, MLB Life Insurance Corp. versus Suez 768 SO 2nd D 1129 Florida 3rd District DCA 2000. So the Florida 3rd District Court of Appeals and the year 2000 case law opinion was the court examined a collision between a ferry and a private vessel, much like this, right? An accident reconstruction expert testified the ferry boat captain was responsible for the collision because he failed to sound the danger doubt signal once he saw the other vessel approaching and failed to ensure that the vessel had proper lighting on the outer rail of the ferry. So, I mean, like, Jay, right out of the box, he has case law as early as 2000 from the 3rd DCA of Florida.
I don't hear any case law on the other side.
Other than, we think Jeffrey Knight is a scumbag.
Right. You can't believe the millionaire.
Yeah. Here's a big passenger overload beyond Coast Guard certifications. Records confirm that Maddie's Crossing is a USCG certified, is United States Coast Guard certified to carry 42 passengers and 2 crew. Reports suggest that there were 45 paying passengers during the incident, exceeding its certified capacity. Under law 46 CFR 176-100B and subsection 176107, such overloading constitutes a serious safety violation and increases a likelihood of liability. We respectfully request a preservation of the full passenger manifest and ticket sales logs, certification of the number of passengers and crew aboard at the time of incident, legal precedent. Moraj versus the State Marine Lines Incorporated, 398 U.S. 375, 1970, the U.S. Supreme Court recognized that violations of maritime safety duties, God, is he a stud? Going back and getting Supreme Court case law of extreme maritime duties, such as overloading a vessel beyond its certified capacity, can form the basis of liability under general maritime law, though we are not suggesting that the excessive passenger count was the proximate cause of the collision. It demonstrates yet another incident where the ferry captain failed to comply with general Coast Guard regulations. Post-incident drug and alcohol compliance per 46 CF 4.6-3. Alcohol testing must be conducted within 2 hours of a serious maritime incident. Drug testing must occur within 32 hours. This incident qualifies under the subsection 46 CFR 406 as a serious maritime incident triggering mandatory testing. We hereby request confirmation that the testing was performed on all relevant Maddie's Crossing crew, documentation of times collected, test results, and chain of custody. Failure to comply with these testing timelines could constitute a violation of federal law and may impair the ability to evaluate a contributory fault.
And they could lose their licenses for failing to comply.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that Jeffrey Knight was tested, at least alcohol tested.
Reportedly, yep.
Yeah, he blew it's
0-0. It says
right. Legal precedent: Norfolk Shipbuilding versus Dry Dock Corp versus Garris, 532 U.S. 118-211. The Supreme Court held that a negligent breach of general maritime duty of care, such as failure to conduct required post-incident testing, is actionable when it comes to harm. Navigational subsection 4. Navigational lighting violations and unsafe configuration. A thorough visual analysis of Maddie's Crossing has raised serious questions regarding non-compliance with required navigation light regulations under 33 CFR Parts 83 and 84, specifically the stern light. Subsection 33 CFR 8416 required a white light located as close to the stern as practical, visible for 2 nautical miles, over a 136 arc. I guess that might be the intensity of it. On Maddie's Crossing, the only visual white light appears to be the mounting foreship.
That's a big problem.
Though this light was elevated above the deck, a vessel approaching from the stern would not have seen this light as is obstructed by the canopy. Side lights, green and red, under 338320. Red and green starboard side lights must be placed forward and unobstructed. Our photo review suggests the green light was mounted low and recessed, likely behind the rail. This light may be missing or obstructing, violating the 112.5 luminas, our visibility requirement. Intensity. Under 33 CFR 8415, required luminous intensity must ensure 2 miles of visibility. Based on compact size and non-standard placement, it is unclear if the ferry's light even meet this rule. We respectfully request the Florida FWC and/or Coast Guard to evaluate the exact location and visibility angle of the stern and red side lights, whether these lights meet Coast Guard visibility candles/lumina requirements and placement requirements, whether the positioning of obstructed and absence of contributed to Mr. Knight's inability to perceive this vessel in compliance with the collision. Legal precedent. The Pennsylvania 86 U.S. 123, 1874, the Supreme Court established that when a vessel is in violation of a statutory rule intended to prevent collisions, it is presumed to be at fault. Oh, this is huge.
Wow.
It is presumed to be at fault unless it can show that its fault could not have been caused the collision. Non-compliance with navigational light requirements could invoke this presumption.
So you're bringing up a couple of incredible points, and one of the things I really noticed was a glaring error in the letter from the people representing, was it Keenan or whatever his name is?
Mickey Nolan and the boys?
Mickey and the boys.
Mickey and the boys.
They never mentioned the word maritime law.
No,
this is not.
And they've never once, they never ever set legal precedents.
Because the standard that
let me
we
ask you a question. Isn't all of law is based on case law?
100%.
I mean,
statutes and case law.
Very rarely do you just pull some brand new law out of your ass. Most everything you do, Jay, you refer back to something that's been similar to what you did and how that was ruled.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's like almost 90% of law.
That's right. That's called precedent. And then you have other things that can be argued as persuasive, and they may not be the law, but you can say, look, this court in this jurisdiction was right, and that's the kind of argument you should use here. But these guys, they didn't make any arguments that apply to boating or maritime law.
Mickey and the boys?
Mickey and the boys. All they did is talked about negligence. This isn't a rear-end impact accident. This is a nautical accident where maritime law applies, and it's a whole different area of the law. I don't even practice maritime law. It's a whole different area of regulations and rules. And so Kevin clearly has handled it before.
Oh, my God.
And he has, I guarantee you, a stable of experts on maritime law.
Two more things. Request for immediate preservation of evidence.
Yep.
In light of these issues, we request that your office take the following preservation steps. Secure the preservation of the ferry's navigational light system as is without alteration. Preserve and document AIS, GPS, and any onboard camera data. Collect all 911 calls, VHF marine radio communications, witness statements made at the scene, obtain a maintenance. Here's a good one. Obtain the maintenance log for this and the United States Coast Guard inspection records for Maddie's crossings.
I was just going to ask that. If these are all regulations, who passed this boat?
6. This is the best. Public comment. It's the end. This is the very end, by the way. And by the way, before Kevin signs his name, he doesn't say, don't forget Carlson, Meisner, and Hazlett have settled over, $800 million of cases. And one time they asked for 26,000 and we got them 34. And look at us, Mickey and the boys. Public commentary and narrative integrity. We also ask for your prompt attention to this request, as inaccurate public narratives and premature conclusions have been circulating, some promoted by elected officials unfamiliar with the full facts. We trust that your office will conduct a comprehensive and objective review consistent with the United States Coast Guard standards and maritime safety law. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Please confirm in writing all that the evidence outlined above will be preserved and provide the timeline for completion of the requested investigation. Respectfully, J. Kevin Esquire. I'm sorry, J. Kevin Hazlett Esquire. Carlson, Meisner, Hazlett, PA.
Office is located in Tampa, Hillsborough, Orlando, Miami.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, unbelievable.
That's a letter from a Sling D that on all 5 of his statements were backed by federal and or local, and in 2 instances, Supreme Court case rulings. He cited the Supreme Court of the United States on 2 different occasions backing his allegations.
And the response was, despite the millionaire's denials, he's negligent. Well, how about you address points 1 through 6?
Yeah.
How about you have some authority to back up what you're saying?
I am not on the popular side of this. People want Jeffrey Knight's ass. But in getting Jeffrey Knight's ass, he has his right to his day in court. He's innocent till proven guilty.
Well, look, we're talking about the due process of this Garcia guy, the Massachusetts man. Isn't a citizen of the United States entitled to due process? That's all we're saying here. Look, I represent injured victims of what I do for a living. If these people were injured as a result of his negligence, they'll get paid. But we're talking about criminal law in the United States of America with a citizen who has a good faith defense. The public should not be skewing it. The media should not be skewing it. That's what we've been bitching about for the last 5 years with the media. Narratives go and narratives sell despite the facts.
And the media has skewed it. Because it just
facts be damned.
Because Jeffrey Knight's a bad guy like me. Jeffrey Knight has been through other situations, and everybody thinks he's a scumbag.
And I know nothing but what's been publicly reported. And as an attorney, looking at what's publicly reported and looking at these letters, you think to yourself, well, this ferry company's got some problems because there's multiple avenues that are complete. You get out of jail free. A couple of those where if he does not have it, presumption of negligence, like those lights.
Like, here's the deal. 3 of these things, Jeffrey Knight's going to walk just on 1. They didn't test the captain. 2, the lights on the back they didn't have any.
Doesn't appear they had any.
They didn't have any. And 3,
the one in the front wasn't visible from the back.
They were overloaded by 3 people. I was talking to Kevin. He said, based on where those 3 additional people, which at that point, when you've overloaded your boat, everything's out. Like you are like everything's off the table at that point. Meaning you've overloaded the capacity of that boat. Now it's like everything's on you. And if that boat was drafting, you know more about navigation than most, but if the 3 people and the extra, let's say, they're 100, the extra 300 pounds or 250 pounds amongst 3 people were at the nose of the boat, that could cause the ass end to draft up,
Correct.
Which might make a boat not be able to see the light as well because the boat is made to have however many people on so that it floats normally. If they're in the back of the boat, then the ass might drag, causing the perception of visual to be impaired.
And the one he talked about with the light, the spreader light pointing backwards, it has to be visible from 2 miles.
And
that's a but for the failure to have that light, this wouldn't have happened.
And here's another kicker that they're going to get into. But after 2 years, 24 months, they have experts that say if your boat is not covered, which I doubt that the Maddie's Cruising boat has a big I doubt that it's covered.
Oh, you mean maintained undercover?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's subjected to sunlight. That after 24 to 36 months, your lenses become weathered and have 50% less luminas than they do when you first buy them. And if you don't exchange out your lenses, that they become, you know how they become oxidized.
Yeah,
and
it's harder to see.
Like your front, on an older car's front headlights, how they become oxidized.
Yes.
Well, navigational lights become oxidized, and if you don't have a rigorous 24 to 36 month change out program, then those lights, and I think Maddie's Cross, I don't know how old the boat is, but I mean, like just the intensity of the light probably came through a weathered lens that's well past the 36-month change-out deal. Kevin hasn't even begun to start at that. So again, I got to go into words. It's not the popular opinion. In people's eyes, Jeff's the bad guy. But there's a lot of contributing factors. And you know what? There's negligence on both sides. And when there's negligence on both sides, sometimes it's a wash. And I think that's what you're going to get here. Jay, just based on the little bit that you know and then hearing Kevin's letter, can you very well see? Jeff walks on this.
I've got, there's a couple of things. So as far as the criminal, I think that if what Kevin stated in that letter is true, meaning they find that it didn't have a compliant front light, it didn't have a compliant back light, it didn't have the port and stern, it didn't have all the things it was required to, I don't see how they could criminally prosecute him beyond a reasonable doubt for doing something criminal. Especially when you take into consideration the woman who said that when he hit, he's like, there was no effing light on. There's no effing light on. That's called a spontaneous statement. You don't just make that up in the heat of the argument. You're yelling what you're feeling. It's an excited utterance. So I think he does walk on that potentially, based on what I've read. Now, as far as the civil case, in the old days until 2023, we were a pure comparative fault state. So that meant if you and I were involved in an accident and I was 90% at fault, I could still sue you. And if I had a $10 million case and the jury said you're 90% at fault, Mr. Diaco, I could still get my verdict reduced and get that $1 million verdict because you were at fault. The law changed in March of 2023 in Florida. We're now called a modified comparative fault state. So that means now, if you and I are in an accident and we think it's 50-50 and the jury determines that I am 50.01%, zero verdict. You don't get a pure apportionment of fault anymore. So the long story is, if this case went to a jury, they have to prove that the driver of that ferry was not at least 50.01% negligent, or they get nothing. Nothing.
So when I return, before we leave, Kevin, I guess the trolls are having, of course, trolls get involved in everything. And they've now looped us into this.
Because we fight for the rule of law for citizens.
So yeah, wait till you hear this. Knowing that I have a relationship with Kevin, knowing that Kevin probably would maybe appear on my show, they're trying to troll Kevin into not appearing on my show. It's amazing, these trolls. I'll read that next. Here's the headlines. Federal investigators probe Clearwater boat owner Jeffrey Knight for having hidden compartments because he was running drugs.
What?
Yes. What? And I'm involved in it. Oh, boy.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
They always take the sexy side.
Yeah.
They never take the bad guy side. It's hard being a bad guy.
I mean, it's sad. People died. It's terrible, But
I just don't understand that. Let's just vote. Well, like, on that vote, commercially, you think that besides the red lights, we got those red and green, whatever. They don't have a back end.
That's what I'm saying. A rear spreader light. It's updated. My vote has. I'm gonna go literally. I'm gonna have a guy come to my house and check my fucking lumens after this.
Yes.
Bubba, I swear to God.
For real. And you know what, Jay? All you gotta do is just order new lens caps.
That's the whole thing. Is I bet you the repair would cost in the hundreds, not thousands.
It would be probably for your boat. You're talking?
Yeah. No, for that big boat.
For what boat?
For that ferry. I'm saying
No,
to make it compliant was probably a couple hundred.
What kind of boat do you got?
A Scout. It's like a 26-foot Scout.
Yeah. So for your boat, to get all new lenses, not even bulbs. The bulbs don't get bad. It's the lenses. Probably installed at your house where you don't got to do nothing. Probably $300.
Exactly.
But I don't understand why, even with the running lights, why they wouldn't have just another clear light on the back.
That's what I said.
And then Jay. But if your boat's covered, now is your boat covered?
Yes.
Well, then it may not.
You're probably good.
Part of it gets the sun during a lot, like the right side of the boat gets a lot of sun. So I bet you my lights could be.
Well, maybe your right sides.
It's a 10-year-old boat.
Yep. You know what? For the amount that it would cost, I'd replace them all.
I'm going to, because the first thing they're going to do is look at my rear end lumens.
Yep. Yep.
You're not fishing boats, so you don't, whatever. You have one in the front.
How about Kevin fucking nailing that?
Back on top.
Yeah.
We call it a spreader light.
That's what I'm saying.
So basically, it spreads down to the fishing area, right?
Yeah. That's what I don't understand.
I don't either. I don't like running at night because night is scary.
Yes, it is.
And that's why. You can't see anything in front of you.
My dad used to like
That's when you go slow and put your head on a swivel.
Yes.
And have everybody on the boat looking.
100% true.
So
And
listen,
you
everybody
have
stop.
somebody holding a light up front,
And-
like spreading it out.
And have like when Febreze and I used to go on his open fish. We would say, everybody put your fucking phones down. And everybody, Bubba, you're in charge of fucking the left side. Bingo, you're in charge of the right. And just fucking.
And then someone was usually, if I ever did it, I had someone standing with a big cannon light holding it, like trying to open up or make a view for me.
Yeah.
We broke down. It was like
Yeah.
13 year well, one so fireworks manufacturer, his hydraulic engine when it goes out, so they're going like. My dad, my brother, and I, because we were just going right out of the channel.
Yeah.
People were just flying by.
Oh, God, it's so scary.
So he had his literally just shining kind of down, so you see where we're at. He had his lights up, both
Yeah.
sides. But, my mom was up at the backside.
Yeah.
Showing us where we were. We had our front running lights, and then my brother and I were on the side, like, just trying to get to the cause of the.
Well, they're also a commercial carrier, so they have a heightened duty of care.
Yeah.
You know, if you have paid for customers, they're invitees. It's more than the duty that you and I have just having friends with us. It's even worse.
Yeah. That was a serious thing ever, like you said, at night. So it's just sitting there, and you just see, there's a front side there.
Kush, are you going for your walk today?
No, I'm sorry, we're coming back from Huntington Island.
Unless you wanted to do Clip Kush right after.
So like we were just like trying.
I kind of do because I think it puts you better. I think it sets you up better for pig.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm gonna have a gap in between either way, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter to me.
Don't drive it a lot.
Maybe like say 20 after.
26 and a half.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's do that, okay?
All right.
2013, I believe.
That gets it done a little sooner. And
I love it. I just don't use it very much.
No, it works. Sometimes we go to 11:30 and it's getting cranked up.
So you want to do it real quick, Bubba, at 10:20?
Thank you, Kevin Wine.
Yeah, we're gonna. Seth and I are shooting for 10:20.
Okay.
So just put 10:25.
Got it.
Just we don't like those poor people that are actually think we're gonna be on time.
You're right, man. I did a piece recently where I had all the numbers. The amount of deaths a year in boating accidents in Florida is ridiculous.
I gave my cousin head.
Are you Kanye?
No, I'm Seth.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now back to the show.
Thank you to Rumble. We little technical difficulties early on, then they got it handled. Thank you to Sarah so very much.
And now we got it handled going forward with
Moving forward.
Yes.
Jay's got to get out of here. I'm going to walk him to his car momentarily. Clement Kush, we're shooting for 10:20. Like Kush said, you might as well lock that into a 10:25. We'll do the best we can. But these trolls are now trying to how sometimes you try to tell somebody you know something so that they don't do it because you know it. If you know what I'm talking about.
No, but yes.
Yes. So, the trolls have now got involved in this, and they're making these fake, false narrative, fake news X postings and Facebook postings. And here's the latest. Federal investigators probe Clearwater boat owner Jeffrey Knights for alleged hidden compartments. Federal authorities have launched an investigation. By the way, this is completely false. Because Jeffrey's boat's impounded. And let me just read it. have launched an investigation into Clearwater residents Jeffrey Knight's following a boat incident that resulted in a collision with a ferry. The probe centers around the allegations that Jeffrey Knight's vessel contained concealed compartments potentially used for illicit purposes, including drug trafficking and unlicensed fish storage. By the way, if you have hidden compartments on your boat and there are no illegal fish or drugs, that's not a violation.
That just makes it a compartment.
The incident occurred when Knight's speeding boat collided with a ferry, raising questions about possible impairment and the vessel's unusual modifications. By the way, none of this is true.
Are there compartments, Bubba?
I don't know. Yes.
Just because I didn't know if that was where the 12-day-old would take a nap, when the things were getting a little crazy on the boat.
Throw it in there?
I mean, yeah, a little cupboard,
Witnesses and online discussions have speculated about the presence of hidden compartments within the boat through official confirmation. Oh, I'm sorry. Though here's where they cover their ass, Lummy, these trolls. Though official confirmation remains pending. In a surprise twist, Robert Bobby Worth, the manager of Largo Cartoons, publicly acknowledged that his shop installed customized panels. We were contracted to build some specialty compartments. We didn't know what they were used for, but we just did the install. Federal agencies are now examining the structural alterations and whether they were part of a broader smuggling operation. Authorities, can you see how bad they're trying to soil this guy up, Jay?
Where are they? Where is this info? Like, it's a tweet?
Yeah.
From what account is it?
I don't know. I was just I need to track down where it was from.
I just want to see how official they're trying to frame this.
Was it on Facebook or Twitter?
I don't know.
Okay,
Kevin sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
Authorities have not yet filed formal charges, but described this case as high priority due to its potential scale. Knight's legal representative has announced plans to go on the Bubba the Love Sponge show next week to engage with the public and respond to speculation head on.
Engage with the public.
The appearance is expected to draw widespread attention, especially given the case's growing visibility in the Tampa Bay area. The investigation remains active, and further updates are expected to come within days. Kevin then said, the simple explanation is that. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's Kevin responded to this tweet. Kevin Hazlett states, the simple explanation is that many people have hidden compartments installed in their boats to simply hide their personal belongings when they dock somewhere to go eat or leave their boat for an extended period of time. I happen to have 4 secret compartments on my boat. That's what Kevin said.
And he's not running drugs.
And he's not not, having too many redfish. Clem Kush, we'll call it 20, but it'll probably be 25. Thank you so much, Rumble. Well, Lummy, I think, 17,000 or so?
He was our most, yes.
Appreciate you. Don't forget to go to our YouTube channel, at The Bubba Army. We have a lot of ancillary, off-the-air, behind-the-scenes stuff there. We should hit 126,000 subscribers later today. Have a good day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.